What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, another tip for kids in the car line. Plus, the Dallas Cowboys get embarrassed on Monday Night Football. Is the season officially over in Big D? The first college football playoff rankings of the season come out tonight. Where will the Longhorns land? We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference as well, along with a few injury updates for the team. Texas basketball returns tonight. The Longhorns taking on Duke is Duke. Can Sean Miller pull off a massive upset in his first game as the Texas head coach? We've got some funny videos. We've got interesting hockey news to dive into and a lot of fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock. We appreciate you all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am doing great, man. It is a beautiful morning out once again. Sun is up. It's buses are gone by. Off to another fantastic Tuesday. And as we go on, the latter part of the week has started to warm up again. So making sure that air conditioner, that which comfort system's working right. It's going to get into the high 80s at the end of the week, and then next week back into the 70s with some lows. But there's no rain in the forecast, just kind of dry. We're almost at the end of the tropical storm season. The hurricane season is coming to an end. So for us, it's going to start getting drier, but this warm weather, BK, 88, 89 at the end of the week, you're not liking that, huh?
Summer's back.
Yeah, summer's back. Summer will be back, but for the next, tomorrow, 81, 82 degrees, and then from that point on, after Wednesday, it starts to heat up again. But next week, in the 70s, and some places won't get out of the 60 in the hill country. How about that?
There we go.
But no rain. And you don't care about the rain. You just want the cool weather now.
Well, I don't trust you after Saturday. I don't know.
I'm not to be trusted, huh?
Weather forecasts anymore after you almost cost Texas the game. If you would have let Parker Livingston know the ball might be slippery because of rain, he could have fielded that onside kick a little bit differently. But because he wasn't preparing for bad weather, then he muffed it.
Well, I'll just say this. If he's on the hands teams, he's supposed to have good hands no matter what. Rain, shine, sleet, snow, heat. That's why they call it the hands team. He's supposed to have good hands. So he should have understood that somebody was spinning at that time, that he needed to cover up the ball.
Hey, there's a lack of accountability on this show, and it's not coming from me. I could tell you that. Come on, man. You got to let him know these things.
Tell him he can practice all week long. There's not going to be any rain. Tell him to go get some wet balls and have them roll them on the ground for him.
Oh, man. Do you predict the weather a week and a half out in Athens, Georgia? Can you give us a forecast for next Saturday's game there?
Next Saturday, it'll be in the 60s in Athens, Georgia for the game.
All right. I like that call. By the way, the kickoff time for Texas, Georgia was announced yesterday by the SEC. No surprise, they'll be playing under the lights.
Oh, boy, of course they will.
6:30 p.m., Texas at Georgia, 1 week from Saturday.
Yeah, and YouTube and Disney will still be fighting each other.
Yeah, by that point, if Disney and YouTube haven't figured it out, I hope every sports fan in the world has made a change to a different provider, whether it's going back to cable or just going to a different streaming service. I mean, the fact that we're, I think, at day 5 of this mess, it's already a joke that it's taken too long. And it's already a joke that they keep asking you to sign petitions and fill out forms to voice your frustrations. If it gets to like over a week or over 2 weeks, then, dude, they should have nobody left.
And, of course, ABC is going to be pissed because they're not going to get their election coverage today and tonight all through the day. They're going to be mad. So that's going to cause them to hang in there just a little bit longer. So people are going to have to start just bailing on some of these, on YouTube and headed to whatever it is, Hulu, Smulu, Fambadoodle. People are going to start bailing back to the dish. Hey, back to rectum.
Oh, hey, I'm a rectum guy, and it's very rare that I am proud to be a rectum guy. But over these last few days, that has been the case. And apparently, Disney is losing $5 million per day on this deal. But I guess when your company's worth
Yeah,
200 bill, that doesn't really mean a whole lot to you.
just a
So
drop in the bucket to those folks for sure.
it is indeed. All right. Hey, it's a Tuesday morning, Buck. How about a tip for kids in the car line brought to you by Relax the Back?
All right, folks, if you want to change the world, kids, get over being a sugar cookie and keep moving forward. You like that? Get over being a sugar cookie. Come on, sweeties, just let's move forward. You
What does that
know,
mean? I don't know. No, I don't know what that means.
that means don't be soft, move forward. If you
Okay.
want
So
to change the world, you can't be soft. Got to harden up a little bit and move forward. Don't keep sitting there crying sitting in your own pee, sitting in your own crap. Just move forward.
all right. If you want to change the world, don't be a sugar cookie.
That's right.
Be a snickerdoodle
Just keep moving forward. Yes.
moving forward.
Be
Okay.
one of grandma's hard old cookies that grandma used to try to make.
No, those will move you backwards because you'll be bleeding out of your mouth. You'll have to clean it up for 10 minutes.
Oh man.
Oh, thank you.
Oh
All right.
boy. Don't be a sugar cookie. Don't sit in your own muck. Just move ahead. Just keep on moving forward.
I like that. Change the world today, kids. We need you.
Yeah, we don't need you being soft.
Lord knows the adults aren't doing a good enough
No,
job, so
we're
maybe
not. No,
y'all
we're
can
not into that. We're soft as can be.
put the kids in charge of YouTube TV and Disney. They'll get something done.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, if they were in charge of Disney, this thing would be over with. They're going to get their Disney channels. Hey, they're going to get their what is that? Is Disney a part of that green globby stuff that we've been having in the NFL? What is that?
Oh, the slime.
Yeah, aren't they part of the slime factory?
I think that's Nickelodeon.
Oh, it is. That's Nickelodeon's not a part of Disney. That's a separate deal.
Separate deal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't go to their movies. I just watch ESPN. I don't do too much Disney. I've gone to Disneyland a few times with my kids on in bowl trips, but my kids would have never seen Disneyland if it wasn't for football. They would have never got to see Goofy and Pluto and Cinderella and Space Mountain. I wouldn't spend my money going to that shit.
No,
No,
that's a
they
trip.
would have been
I
down
hope.
in it would have been in San Antonio on the
Little SeaWorld action.
they've been to SeaWorld, yeah, and is that a bowl? No, there was a bowl trip down there. Was I at the Alamo Bowl? That
Well,
was
you've been
weird.
there. You've been there as a broadcaster and as a fan like 6 times. I don't know if you ever coached in one of those games.
No,
Texas,
I never coached in one of those games.
I think Texas has played in more Alamo Bowls than any other team.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell why was I down there? Because I was with my friend Bobby Jack Wright and his family. We had both families down there. And I know I wasn't just taking my kids to SeaWorld with his kids. Definitely wouldn't be going with somebody else's kids if I wasn't thinking about taking my own kids down there. But that was just not a family outing. Place smelled the water, the damn thing. He splashed that water on me. I had that smell on me all day after Shamu splashed me with that water,
Oh,
with that dirty Shamu. He's been crapping in that water. That stuff was on me for hours.
yeah. I have no interest in ever going to SeaWorld again.
You've never been to SeaWorld?
I've been as a kid. I don't want to go back. I've been to Disney. I have no interest in going back. Like it's not
Disney's
really my thing.
standing in lines is not my thing anyway. I don't like it. I don't like it for food. I don't like it for rides. But that's where you have Mama. Mama can stand in the line with the kids for 20 hours to get on one Space Mountain ride. All I did was go to Small World and go around that thing and hear that song, It's a Small World. I went over and over. I was falling asleep inside there, sitting there. That was it. That's how I was getting my rest. But I never got on Space Mountain because I don't like roller coasters. I definitely don't like roller coasters in the dark.
Just begging for that day to be over. Get me out of here,
Oh,
please.
good Lord. Couldn't wait to get back to the hotel and get some sleep. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do for us. We do appreciate it. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And please do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. A quick shout out to the Texas women's basketball team. They opened up
Yes.
their season last night at Moody Center. How about 123 points for the Longhorns last night? They dominated Incarnate Word, 123-51. That's a 72-point win to open up the year. Texas was up 33-8 after the first quarter. Never looked back. 6 different Longhorns scored in double figures. Career high 21 for the sophomore Jordan Lee. The freshman Aaliyah Crump had 16. Madison Booker had 18. That's the way you want to open up your year. Congrats to Vic Schaefer and company for taking care of business. Next game for the women, by the way, a ranked matchup. They're playing Richmond, who for some reason is number 24 in the preseason.
Spiders.
Yeah, the Spiders. So they come to town on Friday, but obviously a great way for Texas women's hoops to open up the year.
Yeah, nice leave some money in state for Incarnate Word too. That's good.
Yeah, a little buy game for Texas women's basketball. No problem with that at all. We'll take a 72-point win, and y'all can take a nice little paycheck to go back to San Antonio and hang out with Shamu at SeaWorld.
Oh,
Go do that, Incarnate Word.
all right. We got Duke because Duke is Duke tonight, though.
Yeah, the Texas men open things up tonight against Duke. We'll get to that, Buck, but I think we should open up with the disaster that the Dallas Cowboys put out there on Monday Night Football last night.
Somebody may have 1 year of coaching in them.
Brian Schottenheimer?
Yeah.
Think he's one and done?
Well, Jerry's got to have somebody for blaming the deal with Micah Parsons on. Somebody has to pay for that.
You're right. That was clearly not Jerry's fault.
No, Jerry doesn't do those he doesn't make those kind of mistakes.
No, the GM and owner of the team does not trade any of the players. No, it's definitely not him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Schotty's going to be one and done. Jerry Jones has always been very loyal to his head coaches, right? Like he kept Jason Garrett around way too long. Some would argue he kept Mike McCarthy around too long. Remember, he wanted Mike McCarthy to come back this year. He just wasn't going to offer McCarthy an extension. So McCarthy's like, to hell with that. I'm not going to be a dead coach walking. I'm not going to be on a 1-year deal here. If you want to keep me, you got to give me a new contract here. Jerry didn't do it. That's when McCarthy basically walked away. So Jerry didn't even fire McCarthy. So I don't think there's a scenario that exists where Schotty loses his job after 1 year. Now,
the defensive coordinator will probably get gone.
Now, Matt Eberflus, I think Matt Eberflus should have been fired 3 weeks ago. And that guy doesn't have a lot to work with, but there's no reason the Cowboys should be making Jacoby Brissett look like Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
That's what they did out there. And yeah, Arizona was 2-5, Buck. They had lost 5 games in a row. They didn't even have Kyler Murray, their starting quarterback, and they came into Arlington last night and just whipped the Cowboys pretty much from start to finish.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jacoby Brissett's looking like Joe Flacco now. These old dudes coming in having a blast.
Yeah, well, going up against the Cowboys defense will make anybody look good. Remember, Russell Wilson looked like Joe Montana against the Cowboys defense and then got benched like a week later. So that's how bad the Cowboys defense is. I mean, they just can't get off the field. They made Marvin Harrison Jr. look like Reggie Wayne last night.
Yeah, he had his 13 receptions, I believe, last night.
Maybe I should have gone with Marvin
That was
Harrison.
his biggest output.
No, he did not have 13 catches, but he did have 7 for 96 and a touchdown.
Okay. Felt like 13.
Felt like 13, yeah, especially in that first half. I mean, he was taking Deron Bland's lunch and his lunch money for the rest of the week.
Or he was open at the end of the game where he could have just needed to have the ball thrown to him, and Brisket threw it down at his feet. That would have ended that 2.5-minute deal where it wouldn't have been clear. The game would have been over after that catch.
Yeah, the Cowboys.
And you could have gone to bed.
Yeah, no, you could have gone to bed early last night.
You were thinking there was going to be that offensive display of great football by the Cowboys at the end. They're full 17 points in that game against that group.
Well, no, not really. I mean, I stayed up because I feel like I should stay up as part of the gig. And I'm going to watch the Cowboys always. But, yeah, I mean, the Cowboys kept fumbling. Like they had, I think, 4 fumbles last night. They just couldn't hold on to the football. It's like it was raining in there or something. I mean, that
was my fault.
Yeah, it wasn't actually raining, but Yeah, no, I mean, the Cowboys offense, every time they started to get something going, they just turned it over. And the Cowboys offensive line was horrible yesterday.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
yeah, Walter Nolan, the former Texas A&M Aggie and Ole Miss Rebel, made his NFL debut, the rookie, the first-round pick that Arizona made. He's been hurt. Finally saw the field for the first time last night. He had a huge game, and the Cowboys offensive line just couldn't protect Dak Prescott at all. He was taking off and running way too much, which I know he's kind of good at that, but that's not what the Cowboys game plan is. And he got sacked 5 times. They didn't run the ball super effectively. Guys kept fumbling the rock. I mean, it was just everything that could have gone wrong for Dallas last night went wrong.
Yeah, they need to start getting ready to – maybe they should just go ahead and take a nosedive now.
Yeah, at this point, you feel like tanking is the best thing the Cowboys could do. But apparently this morning, the Cowboys made a trade. Today is the NFL trade deadline, by the way,
Yes.
this afternoon. And the Cowboys have added a player today, getting a linebacker.
And it's got to be on defense, correct?
Yeah, getting a linebacker, Logan Wilson, from the Denver Broncos. Now, Logan Wilson has not been great this year for Denver. He's actually seen his playing time go down over the last couple of weeks.
Then it should go up for the Cowboys then.
Right. And he did request a trade recently. So I'd like to think Jerry Jones isn't giving up anything of substance here. Like, this should be a late round pick swap where the Cowboys are getting Wilson and a 7th and maybe trading a 6th to make this thing happen. But considering, Dallas gave up a 4th round pick for Trey Lance, who never played, and they gave up a 4th round pick for Jonathan Mingo, who is a healthy scratch every single week. Who knows? Maybe this was a 2nd round pick that the Cowboys gave up.
Oh, no, they wouldn't do that.
I don't know. It's Jerry Jones, man. We didn't think they would trade Micah Parsons either. They did that.
No, we kind of did think they would do that.
I didn't think they would. I always thought they'd find a way to get something done. But Micah Parsons couldn't help this team. I mean, the defense would be better with him, of course, because he's one of the best players in the world. But, I don't know. Maybe the Cowboys would have one more win this season. This would still be a bad football team because one guy can't offset the problems of the other 10 on that side of the football.
Well, last night he doesn't help you when you're dropping the ball on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, the offense was all bad. I mean, it was all bad. So, yeah, the Cowboys making a move, but this team, Buck, is now 3-5-1. They should be selling. Instead, they're buying. And Jerry Jones was talking yesterday up on the Fan in Dallas that they've got a couple of trades potentially in the works. So there might be more action for Dallas today to try to somehow turn this season around.
They're not going to get the dude from Oakland. They're not going to get that dude. Is he signed back with Oakland?
Oakland does not have a team anymore.
No, I'm sorry. Las Vegas.
Max Crosby. Yeah,
Crosby's not going anywhere, is he?
No, I mean, Crosby signed that big money extension in the offseason, but I don't think he wants to go. I don't think the Raiders want to trade him. So
no.
There were reports a couple of weeks ago that the Cowboys called and were told no.
They said no, thank you.
Right, which I don't know how you immediately hang up the phone on Jerry Jones. If Jerry Jones wants to make a trade with you, you got to see if you can get something crazy out of him.
Because he's liable to give you a lot.
Right. Like Howie Roseman, the Eagles GM, if that guy calls you, it might be like, yeah, I feel like I might get fleeced here. I'm not going to pick this one up. If Jerry Jones is calling you and he wants to make a deal, let's make a deal.
Yeah, he's liable to make a cheap deal. You're liable to come out on head of that one.
Right. So, yeah, I don't know. Nothing came to fruition there. Thoughts that maybe the Cowboys would try to talk to Trey Hendrickson at Cincinnati. I don't know if anything's going to happen there. I'd be surprised if the Cowboys make a move like that, but it's the Cowboys. They surprise you every single day, don't they?
Yeah, or every single Monday night.
Yeah. By the way, Jaden Blue did not play. He was a healthy scratch last night. I know he's a rookie, but that experiment is not looking like it's working.
That's probably not going to work out for the Cowboys. He's probably had his 1 year, and then he'll be looking for another place after this.
Well, he's under contract for a few years, but maybe the Cowboys will cut him. Yeah.
He can't hold on to the ball still.
Right. He barely sees the field. I mean, he had that run last week that you were pretty critical of where
he froze?
Yeah, it felt like he could have hit the corner against the Broncos and just kind of slowed down and allowed, I think it was Brandon Jones, Longhorn on Longhorn crime, to
Yeah.
just catch up to him and make a play. And I'm sure the coaches are looking at that and they're like, why is this guy out here? What are we doing with this guy?
Yeah, he's not quite. Yeah, he's got to be a special play guy. That like Niblett, when he comes in, you know it's going to him. You got to line him in the slot and tell him to run straight down the field. We're not going to actually throw it to you, but take these guys with you with your speed. If you don't freeze up, if you don't run your normal 4-3, you decide to run 4-8 down the middle of the field.
Yeah, that was a bad loss for Dallas last night.
Yes, it
And
was. To that group, are you kidding me? Without
yeah,
Kyler Murray playing?
now the Cowboys are going into their bye week. Coming out of the bye, they'll play
Oh
on
boy,
Monday night again.
it's a mess after that now.
Yeah, so they do get the Raiders on another Monday Night Football game. Yeah, congrats, America. We get Raiders-Cowboys in prime time in 13 days. But after that, Buck, like you said, here's the next the next 5 for Dallas. Philadelphia, Kansas City, at Detroit, Minnesota, the Chargers.
Wow.
Those are 5 teams that they could lose to right there. I think they'll probably win 1 or 2 of them, but again, with the way this defense is playing, and if the offensive line looks like it did last night, then they could go 0-5 in that stretch.
And all the teams that you talked about are playing better defense right now too. Not just their offense, but their defenses are playing pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, all of those teams have better records than Dallas right now, so it's not unfathomable to think that they could go 0-for in that stretch.
Oh my goodness! If they go
you lose to Arizona and Jacoby Brisket at home, maybe you lose to Geno Smith and the Raiders at home too. Who knows?
Oh,
who knows? Maybe this could be an even longer losing streak.
The lucky part is they don't have Seattle in there because Seattle's playing like lights out. They'd score 100 against that defense.
They probably would. Yeah, Sam Darnold is making himself a case for MVP right now. And the Seahawks are tied for first place in the NFC West with the LA Rams. They've been one of the bigger surprises in the league so far this year. But yeah, it's bad for the Cowboys. Like, the season is over by, I guess, just after Halloween for the second consecutive year.
How about that?
And they got 2 first-round picks, so you start to turn your attention to the draft, I guess. And I think best case scenario for Dallas is they lose as many games as possible down the stretch.
Yeah, all of that's got to go on defense. They can't get another offensive lineman. Or after what I saw last night, they need another offensive lineman again.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They're going to take an offensive lineman, so they're going to do that.
Don't say that, please.
You know they're going to use one of those on an offensive lineman. They just do.
Yeah, I think they need a left tackle. They took that kid Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma in the first round 2 years ago, and I think he can be a good right tackle in this league. I just don't think he can be a franchise left tackle in this league. So they might need one of those. But yeah,
that'll be first round.
They do have 2 first-round picks. So yeah, go ahead and assume one of them will be an O lineman. At least the other one will take some crappy D tackle out of Michigan, probably.
Yeah, of course.
That's what they do. It's either offensive lineman or shitty player out of Michigan who flops in the league.
Gosh.
Go ahead and do that. So, yeah.
Or they'll take an offensive lineman from Michigan this year. I saw Michigan play the other night. Boy, did they just run the ball. That quarterback that they paid all that money for, he's just okay.
Well, he's a freshman. Maybe he'll get better. But, yeah, they barely beat Purdue this weekend, right?
Yeah, all they're going to do is turn around and hand it off to one of those running backs behind that offensive line.
Yeah.
He's pretty inconsistent for a guy who's going to make all that cash. I know he's just a freshman, but he'll get better. But they'll find more running backs. They've got a nice little group of running backs right now. And that old line is big as usual. But they don't have any specialty players, you know?
Michigan?
No, they really don't. They don't have any specialists that are outstanding. The running game is what they do. That's what Michigan does.
Are they going to beat Ohio State again this year?
No, not this year.
You've been all over that. You've been picking that every year. Now this is the year the Buckeyes finally win?
No, Michigan is not beating Ohio State this year. No, that's not happening.
That game is in Ann Arbor. this year?
I don't care. It doesn't matter if it's on the moon. They're not winning that one.
All right. Buckeye fans were saying that last year, and didn't quite go well for them. But after that game,
and they're going to be seeking revenge too. I mean, for all these years, they may score that many touchdowns. The number of years they beat them in a row, they may beat them by that many touchdowns.
Just run up the score a little bit.
Oh, they're going to try to run it up.
Yeah.
Ryan Day's going to try to put up as many as he can.
Yeah, you might be right on that. So, all right, there you go. Cowboys embarrassing 27-17, the final. They lose to the lowly Arizona Cardinals on Monday Night Football. And Jerry Jones is adding to the team on deadline day. We'll see what else he has up his sleeve. If he could just fire himself today, that would make everything a lot better. But we know that's not going to happen. And we also know that he's spending more of his time and energy focused on big oil deals in East Texas these days. He's not really worried about fixing the Cowboys defense. He did say that in a quote to the Wall Street Journal last week. So
he's got big deals going on.
Yeah, it's something that went viral. I don't know if we talked about it, but Jerry Jones is quoted in a Wall Street Journal article saying, "There's $100 billion present value with gas out there. That's why I'm talking to you on the telephone rather than trying to fix our defense with the Dallas Cowboys." That is a real quote that he gave the Wall Street Journal. And it's like, if you're a Cowboys fan, hey, what do you do?
Oh, that's our Jerry. You just say that's our Jerry for you.
Yeah, I'm loyal to the laundry, so I will always support the team. It is a flaw of mine. I am too loyal. But, I don't blame you if you have left, and I don't blame you if you are leaving until that guy kicks the bucket, because he doesn't care, so why should you? I don't really have a good answer to that, unfortunately.
Because if you lose that season ticket, you're not going to see that sucker ever again.
Yeah, and that might not be a bad thing. That'll save you
some sanity. That's true. That may not be a bad thing either.
Free up your Sundays a little bit. Shout out to our guy Noe for the 1999 Super Chat this morning. You're the man, Noe. Always appreciate the support. All right, let's dive into some Texas football. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser. We've got some injury updates. We've got some SEC awards handed out to a few Longhorns following the win over Vanderbilt. But before we dive into the Horns, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and even more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Also, a shout out to our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. Oh, yeah. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, do it with the pros at AV Consultations. They've been designing and installing audiovisual automation systems here in Central Texas since 1988, and nobody does it better. Don't just take our word for it. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. You can head over to their website, avconsultations.com. Look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the last nearly 4 decades. Get some ideas for your place and then make the call. Whether it's a bunch of screens on one wall like I have, you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, you want the home theater room, you want the patio TV setup, all with the surround sound speakers. You can put those speakers all over the house. AV Consultations can turn your audio-video dreams into reality. They do all the work. All you have to do is make the call, 512-255-8678. Or again, avconsultations.com.
And folks, our good friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. This month, it's called the sandwich of the month, and that is Lonnie's Spicy Chicken Nashville Sandwich. Lonnie's gone from just famous fried chicken to spicy Nashville chicken. How about that? That's going to be their special for this month. As a matter of fact, at the League Kitchen and Tavern, they've got that chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch daily. They've been locally owned and operated since 2011. Teriyaki glazed pork chops, of course, Cobb salad, my favorite, of course. All-day breakfast at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Happy hour from 3 to 6 daily, and prime to wine on Thursdays. Half-price bottles of beer with your prime rib dinner at the League Kitchen and Tavern. It's a great place to hang out, folks. When I was indulging in cocktails, that would be my spot to go hang out before, it's a great spot before if you're going to maybe one of the high school games and you want to meet some friends before you go over to a game over Lake Travis or anywhere else in that area, Dripping Springs or whatever, that is the spot to hang out. And Sundays there, they've got all your NFL games. They've got all your college games right there. Sit right at the bar and you can enjoy your lunch or dinner right at the bar at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, they've got unbelievable locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. We love the folks at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Also, a shout out to Altstadt Beer.
You get that at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Boom, just like that. That's a perfect combination right there. The League Kitchen and Tavern plus an ice cold Altstadt beer. You can't beat it. And the weather starting to cool down a little bit. Apparently it's going to get hot at the end of the weekend, but we've got some cooler weather upon us here. And that's a good thing because Altstadt Brewery is putting out a few great seasonal beers. We've talked about the seasonal Oktoberfest. That is fantastic. But check out the Altstadt Schwartz beer, available for a limited time. It's a darker beer that is absolutely fantastic. One of my favorites to drink this time of the year. If darker beers aren't your thing, that's all right. They've got the lager, they've got the Kolsch, they've got the Hefeweizen, they've got the light. All of their traditional brews are still available in store or at your favorite bars and restaurants all around the state of Texas. But if you're looking for a little something more seasonal, check out the Altstadt Schwartz beer. This is fantastic stuff. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. Check out their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more info. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And, of course, our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, for all your Longhorn gear, whether it's hats, ball caps, polos. They've got it right at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Go there in person. Say hello to the folks over there, Jay and the gang. You'll find these books there by Admiral William McCraven. That book right there. And still the one right here, the final one. I'm close. I almost started into it since I couldn't watch any, on Saturday I couldn't see any of the games because I was at home. I should have picked this up and finished this book, but I didn't. I want to let it simmer. I want to let this book simmer, the Hero Code, let it simmer a little bit. But they've got this book and all of Admiral McCraven's books over there. Plus, they've got a children's book that he's got out that's over there at Sue Patrick, folks. Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
That book isn't simmering. That book has been burnt. It's been on the stove for so long that it is already completely fried.
I'll get to it before Christmas. I'll be done.
How far into it are you?
Let me see where my little marker is. I am at page. I'm at page 120.
All right. It's further than I thought. I figured you were at like page 20.
No. I'm at 120. I'm pretty good into it.
When's the last time you've opened it up?
It's been months.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, real cliffhanger.
I've been very busy. It's the football season. I'm very busy.
You're watching all the games right now with YouTube TV.
Oh, what a piece of crap that is.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine calling up another company and saying, can we do this over again? Remember what you did last time? I can't.
Got to make the change, sir.
Well, who has Hulu or Vudu or whatever these things are? Sling Blade. Is Sling Blade any good?
Sling Blade is there. That's an option you could go with. You can also go with Fubo. Fubo is one.
The hell are those things? Are those things that somebody in East Austin is running out of the basement or something?
Might be. You could go with DirecTV Stream. You don't even need a dish. They have a streaming service now.
Spectrum has all my internet service. What is Spectrum? That's DirecTV, right?
Spectrum is just Spectrum. That's just cable.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I have Spectrum at my place. I don't have a dish.
We see the Woods Comfort Systems trucks around because they're doing. Every time I see a Spectrum truck around, I think it's somebody's effed up again.
Yeah, no, they do F up a good amount. But
they do they? I don't even like to hear that. They F up a good amount.
Well, they F up a good amount, but I'm able to watch sports right now. So
yes.
I'll take a few F ups over not having. You're more patient than I am, because if I was a YouTube TV subscriber, I would have pulled the plug on this 3 days ago. I wouldn't have gotten to college football Saturday with YouTube TV. If it's like Friday night and they're like, we're not going to have any of the Disney channels tomorrow, then I'm out. Like, simple as that. Like, I'm not dealing with this. I'm not patient enough to.
I don't think I can get to this. I mean, I don't know if I can get to this weekend. I think you're right. Too much going on.
If this happens in the summer, it's like, all right, I can miss some baseball. That's okay. But you only have a finite number of college football Saturdays every year. I ain't giving one of those up because you billionaires can't figure it out with other billionaires. No, thank you.
Oh, here's David. How about David Brainiac? Buck, the average book should only take 5 to 8 hours to read. What is this? What is this? Harvard grad or something telling me 5 to 8 hours for a book? I can do Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham. I can do that. Probably give me an hour and a half. I'm done with that.
Takes you an hour and a half to read a children's book?
Hey, I like to dissect what's in the book. I'm not just reading words, okay? I got it. This all has to sink into my brain. There's a lot to get up in there, you know?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, no, I don't read one book in a year, so I am not going to tell you anything about how fast you should be reading books.
Hooked on phonics. Now I can do stuff in the car. I used to be able to put slide those tapes in there.
Yeah.
I can do that and listen. I used to do all those books like that when I take a drive. I could listen to those, and I was good to go. But a book that's sitting on my desk, that's going to take a while. Let it simmer, please.
Let it simmer. All right. Well, let's talk some Texas football here. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian. Even though there's no game for the Longhorns this weekend, we did get a Monday press conference from Sark down on campus. And we'll start with this one, a quick injury update on Ryan Wingo, who, of course, left the Vanderbilt game midway through the first quarter with a pretty nasty-looking thumb injury. Here's what Sark had to say about Wingo yesterday.
Yeah, Ryan, it's what we thought. He's again, I'm going to limit him. Probably, I don't know how much he's really going to practice this week, quite frankly. I just want him to get as healthy as we can get him. We don't think he's going to miss time, but I don't think he'll be 100% either, right? And so how close to 100% can we get him? He's a receiver. His hands are important. Thumb is important. So we'll minimize him a ton. He'll probably do walkthroughs this week and then try to get him ready for the ball game next week, which we think he will be, which is a good sign.
Well, I mean, that's you don't want him. I mean, that ligament, when you dislocate it, that ligament is loose as loose can be. Very easy to pop right back out. You got to let that thing tighten up a little. And that guy needs every advantage he has with his hands, unless he wants to use one of his feet to catch the ball with, because I've seen him try to do that before. I just don't. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to speak to. I know what dislocated fingers are like. You just go on about your business with the little fingers, but when you do a thumb, yow. And like I said, he has problems catching with all his fingers healthy at times. So this one, you don't even want to take a chance, BK. He's not out playing catchy catch right now. Yeah. He's just resting that thing and getting all that swelling out. And they're trying to figure out, those doctors and trainers, they've gone through all kinds of, with knees and ankles. I've never seen them do a dislocated thumb and how they harness that on the hand. But they've got ways to do that to try to keep that. And as I said, it wasn't because the ball hit it. It was because he got it caught in a jersey when he went by a guy.
Yeah, so kind of weird, awkward moment during the game. And
well, that's a hard one. That guy's got to be. He just reminds me of a dude. I could see if he's got a sprained ankle, he'd get out there and play. But when it comes to his hands, get him as well as possible. So give him as much rest as you can.
Yeah, it sounds like Ryan Wingo isn't going to do anything this week, and they'll start to ramp him back up next week before the game in Athens next Saturday. But it does suck that he's not going to be 100%. I mean, he's been a difference maker lately. Now, the last 5 quarters for Ryan Wingo, really the last 4.5 quarters, because he left at the midway point against Vanderbilt. That's 7 catches for 273 yards and a touchdown. That's 39 yards per catch.
Yeah, you need every bit of him.
Yeah, and
he's clearly that doesn't mean he can't take a handoff and run with it.
Sure. He's clearly a focal point of this offense. Like, they are trying to find ways to give him the ball. I mean, the first play of the last 2 games has been a screen pass to Ryan Wingo. And obviously, both of them had worked. One of them went for 60 against Mississippi State this past week, 75 yards and a touchdown. So they want to get him the ball. They realize how much of a weapon he can be once he has the ball. And yeah, I mean, your offense is finally starting to figure some things out. You don't want to have your number one wide receiver dealing with the thumb issue. And like you said, I mean, he's had some drop problems with the perfectly healthy thumb. So
Yeah.
now you got to be a bit nervous for how that
Oh, for
thumb
sure.
will affect things down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he runs, like a beer keg falling down a flight of stairs. So when he comes down, when he starts running, his hands are going, you see his arms and hands going everywhere. I'm so happy that he doesn't drop the ball or somebody doesn't swat the ball, because he's got that thing out there, because he's running, like I'm saying, his arms and legs are going so fast and so left and right and up and down. I mean, he's hard to tackle. And
Is.
as I said, if you can't get it to him down the field, that you feel like, next week that his thumb is a problem when it comes to catching, that doesn't stop you from handing it off to him.
Right. Yeah. Find a way to get him the ball. Still, I think you have to. And like you said, I mean, he's 6'2", 215, and he's incredibly fast, and he's a menace in the open field. So
Certainly is.
you need all your playmakers against a very talented Georgia defense. And Ryan Wingo is one of the best athletes on the team. So good news is it sounds like Texas dodged a bit of a bullet. Doesn't sound like he's going to miss any time. But, yeah, obviously a hand injury to a wide receiver, never a good thing. A hand injury to a wide receiver who's had drop problems feels like an even worse thing. But hopefully they're able to find a way to make this work for these final 3 games. Other injury nuggets, no sound for this one. But Jelani McDonald, one of Texas's starting safeties, who, of course, left Saturday's game early, he is in the concussion protocol. So we weren't quite sure what the injury was coming out of the game. We just know he left and did not come back. Steve Sarkisian told us yesterday that Jelani McDonald is in the protocol. I think every Texas fan knows a lot about the protocol because of what happened with Arch Manning. And I think the thought is, Buck, okay, if Arch Manning can come back after 7 days from a concussion, you feel like Jelani McDonald will be able to come back 14 days after a concussion.
Yeah, but he gets his bell rung for a living back there, so that's one of those you got to be really, really careful with that kind of head injury for him.
Sure. Yeah, and not all concussions are created equal.
No, we saw that in this last case.
Right. I think some of the insiders are already reporting that the expectation is for McDonald to be able to play against Georgia, which is great. Nobody asked about Michael Taaffe yesterday, but still sounds like he's on the same track to be back for that Georgia game. And, man, those guys are important. Like, one of the most frustrating parts of this Texas season, definitely one of the most frustrating parts for the Texas defense, is the fact that whenever they've lost one player in the secondary, they've looked lost. Remember, Florida game, they didn't have Manny Muhammad. They were awful in that one. They got destroyed by DJ Lagway and all those young freshman receivers. The last 2 weeks, they haven't had Michael Taaffe. It's been maybe their 2 worst defensive performances of the year, at least from a pass defense standpoint. Obviously, Jelani McDonald got hurt early on, which didn't help the cause against the Commodores. But, like, this secondary has too much talent, too much experience, too much depth for it to fall that far. I get it. Taaffe's an All-American caliber player. Muhammad's an All-Conference caliber player. These guys are really good. They're NFL guys. But, like, you shouldn't go from one of the best secondaries in college football to, man, Blake Shapen, DJ Lagway, and Diego Pavia are destroying us with their arms.
Yeah, I thought that Dwayne Aquino would bring some, with some of these younger guys who have played, would get them to a point of them feeling very confident and having experience. They'd be more confident. They don't look confident when those 2 guys are missing or one of those guys are missing. They look like they've lost their confidence. Like, where I need to turn to somebody, that somebody's not there, but you've been around long enough that you don't need to be leaning on those guys for everything. They seem like they've started to lean on. Somebody else will have to step up back there. I don't know who it's going to be, but now all those dudes are hurt,
Right. Yeah. And again, it sounds like everyone's going to be ready to go for Georgia, but it is football we're talking about here. So
yeah, guys get hurt.
Yeah. Is there a chance that somebody in the Texas secondary gets hurt in that game or the Arkansas game or the A&M game, whatever? Yes, of course there is. You can't just have that big of a drop off when one guy goes down. Like, Xavier Filsame's a second-year player. Derek Williams Jr. is a third-year player. Those were the guys who got most of the snaps at safety. I know Filsame got hurt and came back in the game. but some of your corners who were playing, those are guys who have been a part of the program for a few years too. And I know Diego Pavia is really good, Buck, but don't forget, before Saturday, Diego Pavia had played 4 SEC games. He hadn't eclipsed 200 passing yards in any of those games. He went for 365 against Texas. Obviously, most of that came in the fourth quarter, but like, you're trying to hold on to a lead. You can't be giving up giant 67-yard chunk plays through the air.
Yeah, I don't think they got on sour as much as they should have. I think they were thinking, he's a good player, but he's not that great. We got good athletes back here. We'll be able to cover him. No, the scheme wasn't working against that dude.
Yeah, and that 67-yarder, it's just like, what are we doing here, guys? That's the one thing you can't let happen. If Vanderbilt's going to score a touchdown on this drive, that's fine, but make him take like 2 or 3 minutes off the clock here, please. Don't give him a 10-second score. Here was Sark yesterday. He was asked about just giving up too many big plays on defense late in the game.
Yeah, I think there was a couple things that were disappointing because of the standard that we set defensively. Giving up the 67-yard touchdown pass was extremely disappointing when you have a game really in hand. Giving up a 4th and 18 from their own 2-yard line is disappointing, that we weren't able to get the receiver on the ground and end the game right there. And so those things are uncharacteristic to us around here. And so I think it caught everybody kind of off guard and a little surprised. Would it be helpful to have Michael Taft and Jelani McDonald out there? Of course it would. Just their experience, their poise and composure in those moments in game, I think would be extremely helpful to go along with the communication side of things. But it's also great. Those other guys, them being in that environment, being in that arena, being in those situations, if we do it right, is going to really help us down the road. And so sometimes, you need to have some of those failures to really learn from, to get players' attention. Well, I think we got some of these young DBs' attention now the last couple weeks, and where they need to grow and where they need to improve. But it's our job as coaches to get them better in those situations when they come up again. Hey, I hope we're up by 20-something points in the fourth quarter in the next couple weeks, and I hope we play better, all right, in those situations if that does come up.
Yeah, the only way you get that is having experience, having that happen to you. But hell, they've had enough experience over the last couple of years late in ball games in their secondary where they look like they're trying to play prevent defense and teams just march down the field like it's nobody's business. This is not culturally sound stuff for them. This has been happening for them, and it's kind of scary in that secondary when you build a big lead, then all of a sudden they start to, whatever it is they do back there, they start backpedaling and leaving guys in zones and saying, hey, catch the ball, we'll come and rally to you. But now they're getting guys who are catching and running down the field for long scores, and it's not taking any time.
Right. Yeah, it's funny.
Sark is acting like this is just this is the first of this. No, this has happened before, Coach.
Yeah, well, last year I don't remember anything quite this bad happening, but they gave up 381 yards to Blake Shapen and then 365 yards to Diego Pavia in back-to-back weeks.
And those weren't in the run game.
Like, I'd be disappointed if you were giving that up to, I don't know, insert the 2 best quarterbacks in college football right now. Like,
you're right.
Those would be problematic numbers. And no one's confusing Blake Shapen for one of the best quarterbacks in America in 2025. So, yeah, it's weird because, like, you play that prevent defense, and I'm with you. I feel like at times it prevents Texas or anybody else from winning.
Yeah, they're at their best when they come after you. When they're scheming up and twisting and bringing guys who are in the inside on the outside, that's when they really play. They put the quarterback in a bind. When they say, hey, let's drop guys and let's cover our zones like we're supposed to, nobody will get behind us. Well, they seem to have guys catching and open all over the place.
So that's the thing. Like the 2 last drives for Vanderbilt, both touchdowns. The first one was that one play, 67-yard touchdown. The second one was 12 plays for 89 yards that Vanderbilt scored and took only 2.5 minutes off the clock. Like, you're hypothetically running the same defense there. The prevent defense, you're supposed to not give up the big play over the top, right? And you didn't do it right. So the second drive, the 12-play drive, like that, Vanderbilt was just taking what the defense was giving them. If you are going to play that soft zone prevent defense, you can't give up big plays. You can't have coverage busts where somebody gets behind the defense deeper
And that
than the
particular
defense.
guy can't get behind you.
It doesn't matter who it is, Buck. It doesn't matter who it is. It does not. It could have been their fourth wide receiver. You cannot let anybody get behind you.
Oh, no, you got to be deeper than the deepest.
Right. So it's more frustrating. I agree that it's like they're all-American tight end. It's like, how can you let that guy? It's how can you let anybody in that spot? You're up 34-16. You're like, this should be an easy win for you. And all of a sudden you're just, here you go. Here's a free touchdown. You're welcome.
No, and they got to use it. And if they're going to kill you in the zones, as you said, they can't get behind you, and they're going to have to use up some time. They can't just waltz down the field.
Right. Yeah, I don't like the defense they played in that 12-play drive, but if you're going to play that defense, you're supposed to prevent the one-play drives, and they couldn't even do that. So, yeah, man, I know Dwayne Aquina's a legend around here, but this secondary has not been as consistently good as we would like. And by the way, Texas now leads the country in sacks. So it's not one of those things that, they're just not getting enough pressure and the secondary's having
no, that's not the case.
Way too long. It's like, now this secondary, now it's 3 games in the SEC. I get it. They were great against Oklahoma. They were good against Ohio State. They only gave up 1 big play. Ohio State scored 14 points in that season opening game. They were pretty good against Kentucky, although Cutter Boley, I thought, had too many easy throws. I think he was 31 for 39 in that game. So no, this secondary is just, they have not been at the level that we had hoped and expected. I get it. You lose Jahdae Barron. That's a huge loss. But
they don't tackle as well as they have been either. They just kind of launch themselves at guys. And they're getting some guys who are catching balls in zones and turning and getting back up the field.
Right. Yeah, tackling's been a bit of an issue too. But yeah, I mean, I get it. You lose Jahdae Barron, you lose Andrew Makuba. Those guys are balling out on Sundays now. Those aren't the easiest guys to replace. But we all felt like secondary was going to be one of the strengths of this team, maybe the strength of this football team. And they haven't been the biggest weakness, but
but they're just, once again, they're getting experience doing it. But there's just got to come a time where when the experience needs to really show that, oh, no, you're not just going to come down here and in less than 2 minutes and get down the field and score a touchdown on us. You're going to have to work for it. And here's a field goal. If you like this field goal, that's fine. But you're not getting behind us, and your guys aren't catching and running down the field. An 8-yard catch turns into a 15, 20-yard play,
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. So that's a big area of improvement for Texas during this bye week. And again, the Steve Sarkisian mentioned it'll obviously help getting some of your best guys back on the football field. But there's some other guys who are going to play down the stretch, even if everybody is healthy, who need to be a little bit better.
Yeah, these are your guys for years to come. I mean, these guys are some young guys. It just doesn't end after this year. Those same guys will be back on the field next year, Yeah,
you're right. You're right. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian here talking about his team's composure down the stretch against Vanderbilt. Things were getting out of whack, but they found a way to hold on for the win.
Well, I thought we did. I thought we really only had one scenario that was probably of disappointing. Again, I don't. Some would argue Xavier didn't hit the quarterback out of bounds, that maybe he got pulled down with him and that situation there. And so, hey, I don't know. It's a tough play there on their sidelines, and that there weren't more flags that came out in that situation. Credit to him. But really the only one that came up was on the touchdown when their quarterback threw the ball in Xavier's face. Manny had gotten into a little personal scuffle on the side, and he ended up retaliating, and that was really the one personal foul that we had in the game. That was a post-whistle play. And so credit to our guys. Again, emotions are going to run high, and they're going to run high in November where there's a lot at stake. There's a lot on the line right now. And we've got to make sure that we play within the confines of the game, play within the whistles, play within the white lines to give ourselves the best chance to be successful.
Yeah, they're all of those kind of fouls are stupid fouls, but Texas doesn't get a lot of those. Yeah. They're not overzealous when it comes to getting after you and hitting you late and doing stuff like that. Stuff on the sideline, that's just stuff that happens. And you're going to be talking to guys. And as he says, November, the stakes are higher. Things are going to – and they've kind of controlled themselves pretty well at that. they've done that for quite a while with Sark. I think he must lose his mind when these kind of things, when the stupid things really happen. They don't do they're not a lot of stupid things that get them big because they're over aggressive. I think they do a good job of that.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, we've criticized this team's lack of discipline from a penalty standpoint this year, but they don't lose their cool. Like,
no, they
picking up
do dumb things, but they don't do stupid things because they lose their cool. Is right.
Right. Not a lot of unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, no ejections to speak of. Like they're playing the game clean from that standpoint, and they're not doing that ridiculous after the whistle stuff. But so I give them credit for that. Penalties still an issue. They're going to be an issue all season long. That's just what it is at this point. But I do appreciate, because I was losing my cool at home. I can tell you that. I'm surprised I didn't get a few noise complaints with the amount I was yelling at my TV on Saturday. I was losing it with what was happening down the stretch, mainly the officiating that was happening down the stretch. And, guys, again, they didn't play super well. Texas, it's not like they played a perfect game in the fourth quarter, but they didn't take it out on the officials. They didn't do anything too ridiculous that could have made things really, really bad. So they were more composed than I was, I guess.
Yeah, they've done a good job of that. They've got to get that part under control, and they got some high intensity guys on that defensive line that do a good job of, they're not slamming the quarterback to the ground. They're not giving him the business while they got him down on the piles. They've been pretty good at that. You knew there was going to be some John with Pavia coming to town. That was just going to be natural. That's just competitive stuff between, your great player and their great player. That's just going to happen. And the officials, that's up to the officials to control that part of it, and they let it go a little bit. They let the talking go. They kept talking to UT guys about, hey, don't, just go back to the huddle. Let's go. They let them know a couple times. They didn't have to throw a flag for
right.
that.
Yeah, the only
unnecessary John.
Yeah, the only flag that was thrown for trash talk is the play Sark referenced there, where Diego Pavia. He didn't get flagged for talking. He got flagged because he just threw the ball in Xavier Filsame's face.
Right.
Unfortunately, there was an offsetting penalty there on Manny Muhammad for getting into an altercation with the Vanderbilt wide receiver on that play. But the refs weren't doing a whole lot, Buck. They weren't doing a whole lot of calling anything. So no surprise that they didn't call any things like that. Quick shout out, by the way, to Arch Manning, who was named SEC Offensive Player of the Week yesterday. Well-deserved. 25 for 33, 9.9 yards per attempt, 3 touchdowns, 0 turnovers, 0 sacks taken. About 10 different receivers catching a pass, Buck. I think we mentioned this yesterday, that Arch Manning became the first Longhorn quarterback since Sam Ehlinger in 2018 to have back-to-back games with 300 yards or more. But how about this? This one's kind of a deep cut. First time in 30 years that Texas has had 8 different receivers have multiple catches and at least 15 yards receiving. You talk about spreading the love. Arch Manning was spreading the ball like butter over the weekend.
Yeah, that's getting the ball down the field. Where are the other freshmen? Are they able to catch passes yet? Those 5-star guys?
We saw Dalen McCutcheon out there on the field
play. Now, what did he end up getting hurt? Did he hurt his leg, or what was his deal? He wasn't on the injury report, right?
No, he got a stinger, but he came back into the game a little bit later on. So Sark didn't talk about him yesterday, which I think leads you to assume that everything's fine with Dalen McCutcheon. But he had 2 catches for 18 yards in that football game. And
seems like he would start having more of a, impact too in some of the passing game.
Yeah, maybe. And I don't know how much he would have played if Ryan Wingo didn't get hurt. It does feel like Sark and Chris Jackson have their top 4, and we know how loyal they are to their top receivers. We've seen that throughout Sark's tenure at Texas, but obviously,
if Wingo can't go, he's going to have to be a big part of it.
Sure. Yeah. And I think Dalen McCutcheon's got a little juice. So I obviously want Wingo to go, but I think McCutcheon can be a bigger part of the offense in the future. And also Colin Simmons, Buck, for the 3rd time in 4 weeks, Colin Simmons was named SEC Co-Defensive Lineman of the Week. It's 4 weeks in a row a Longhorn has won that award. Ethan Burke was co-defensive lineman last week in the conference, but Colin Simmons has won it now 3 times in the last month. 5 tackles, of course, the strip sack, fumble, and fumble recovery on Vanderbilt's first drive of the game. 1.5 TFLs, a couple of pressures. If the refs were doing their job, I think he would have drawn 5 or 6 holding penalties in the football game. He has become a problem for everybody else but Texas?
Yeah, I think he's now playing to his capabilities. It's taken him a while to get his kind of motor started, but once he got in a couple of those games where he was ending up having 2 or 3 sacks, he is now, I mean, he's on point now and playing against the run and the pass right now.
Yeah, in his last 4 games, Colin Simmons has 6.5 sacks and 7 TFLs.
Yeah,
Both of
he's
those
there
ranked
now.
Both of those ranked first in the country, by the way, in the last 4 games. And then for the year, despite the slow start, like you said, where it felt like Colin Simmons took a while to get things going, he now has 8 sacks, 9.5 TFLs. He's got 0.89 sacks per game. That ranks second in the SEC and 9th in all of college football. So he has been on a heater, and yeah, he put that sluggish first month behind him pretty quickly. And again, Buck, Texas leads the country in sacks right now.
And you know who else is playing well quietly, like he did this time of the year last year? Is Trey Moore.
Yeah.
From being inside and then outside. I saw him last week. He was kind of all over the place. He made a bunch of plays. Again, he's I mean, it's good to have him. It's good to have him last year, and it's good to have him this year.
Agreed. Yeah, Trey Moore's been great. I mean, Texas has a lot of depth up front. And they obviously got 5 D linemen from the portal. And they've got all sorts of talent on the edge, and they've got good players at linebacker too. So it's a good defense, and it starts up front for sure. All right, before we get to Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered, we'll get his thoughts on Texas Vandy and some of the other action from around the conference. Buck, how about a quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, you know, with my messed up back, I've been looking for comfort for a long time, and now I have the comfort that I've been looking for, and that's because of our friends over at Relax the Back. And right now, zero gravity recliners are available for you. Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. It's all there at Relax the Back. All the accessories that you need if your back has been bugging you, whether it's your shoulders, your neck, your back, your hips, please go over to Relax the Back. And if you have somebody that's been struggling and talking about back pain, please let them know that they've got 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, where I then went over and paid my money, you know, after I mistakenly put something in my pocket. That's the Whole Foods that I was at. And, of course, at North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store, which I've never stolen anything from the Container Store. So live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. Yes.
Yeah, all-time great story. The Bucky
I did feel bad. You know, I went there the other day, and I was walking there, I had my head on a swivel BK thinking, oh, my God, if I come in there and they try to cuff me in the store and drag me out.
Bucky stealing some $10 perfume that he likes to wear and then going back in the next day and paying for it after he successfully stole it.
I'm hoping Chris is listening to this and hearing that what an honorable man. I was called an honorable person by an attendant there.
Yeah, by
because I don't want to call her a cashier lady.
High school girl who was just respecting her elders. She was told to by her parents. Real quick, centextickets.com. Want to give them a quick shout out. Texas basketball is back. The women with the big win last night. The men open up the season tonight against Duke. If you want to be at the Moody Center for any Texas hoops game, centextickets.com. Of course, if you want to be at DKR for the final 2 home games of the regular season, centextickets.com is where you go to find your tickets. Don't forget to type in that promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our friends at centextickets.com. You still there, Buck? That's not good. That is not good at all. We'll bring on Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered for our weekly look at SEC football, and we'll see if Bucky is able to come back on screen. CP, what's going on, brother? How are you this morning?
We lost the Buck man. What happened to Buck?
I don't know.
I was going to say, I heard him talking about the perfume story. I'm really not surprised by anything Bucky has to say at this point. So
no, yeah, you're right.
No.
The least surprising part of that story was the fact that Bucky wears perfume. You know,
right,
like
exactly.
Him
exactly.
stealing.
We love
something.
him though. Hey, listen, no judgment from me.
Judgment
Do your
free
thing.
zone. Yeah, we'll get the Buck back on here in a moment. But before we take a look around the conference, Chris, what about Texas Vanderbilt? I mean, Texas was dominating this game for the first 3.5 quarters. Obviously, things got a little closer than any Longhorn fan would have wanted down the stretch. But ultimately, Texas picks up a huge win against a top 10 team. And here are the Longhorns, 4-1 in the SEC, 7-2 on the season, still in the mix here in the month of November. What are your biggest takeaways from Texas taking down Vandy in Austin?
Well, I mean, I think BK, you hit the nail on the head. The biggest takeaway is you still have life if you're Texas. You know, it's not as much a pipe dream as maybe some of us thought it was a couple weeks ago, even though I still right now, and we get our first batch of college football playoff rankings tonight, whatever that means, obviously. Texas is going to be right there on the edge. I think they're going to be just on the outside looking in. I still think it's probably less likely than more likely they make the playoff with Georgia and A&M still looming. But there's a chance, right? There's a chance, and you got to take it one game at a time, not to coach speak you. I wasn't surprised with the way Vandy battled back. I mean, Texas dominated this game for 3.5 quarters, like you said. I think Sark put it really well. That what does it mean that Vandy stormed back and you only won by 3? It means I can chew into our players' asses a little bit for allowing that to happen. But yeah, it's a good win. And you know, I told you, BK, maybe not on this show, but you know, I'm sure you guys saw and your audience certainly did that. I picked Texas to win this football game, and it really was just a gut feeling. It was off of Vegas. It felt like Vegas knew something. Texas was the favorite, and you know, we saw it yet again, man. Arch Manning starting to heat up. I think you saw that defensive front overwhelm Vandy for a lot of the football game. 6 sacks in the game, obviously. So, I mean, this Texas team is still littered with talent. That's the thing. It's easy for us to forget it because of the struggles they've had this season, and I think the expectations were obviously so high coming in, and they missed the mark from those expectations so much that, again, it kind of lulled some of us to sleep about how talented this team is on both sides of football. And especially if you're getting that version of Arch Manning that's throwing for over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, not turning the football over, you're going to have a chance. You know, you're going to have a really good chance to go down the stretch and finish this thing off and get to 10-2. And if you do that, certainly you are in the college football playoff. So, you know, I give Vandy credit, storming back, you know, a great attempt at the comeback. But, yeah, I think Texas, BK, is the big story here. And like I said, the playoff hopes are still alive. You know what I mean? You got to go to Athens. You know the job you got to do there. But the playoff hopes, at least for another week, are still alive.
Yeah, this is probably a better question to ask you tomorrow because we don't know what the College Football Playoff Committee is thinking yet. And like you referenced,
none of us do.
First rankings are coming out tonight. But, you know, last year only 3 SEC teams got in. And as of right now, I mean, we could see 5, maybe 6 in the top 12 in the first rankings. So, you know, I guess the question is, last year there were 3 9-3 teams in the SEC. None of them got in. Right, Georgia and Texas both made it. They were in the SEC championship. Tennessee made it. They were 10-2. Alabama, Ole Miss, South Carolina, all 9-3, all left at the altar. Obviously, a lot of this depends on what happens around the country, and it's impossible to predict. But do you think at least a 9-3 team from the SEC can find its way into the college football playoff this season?
BK, I actually think it's less likely than it was last year because of the fact I think we're going to have so many 10-2 teams. I mean, I think there's a good chance we have 5 10-2 teams. You could have a 10-2 SEC team left out if you had enough of them. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to work itself out. But I think right now we're on a good pace to get 5 SEC teams in. I do. I still just have a hard time believing a 9-3 team gets in. Like, I think Tennessee's done, right? Like, I think their hopes are finished. I think the one team that could go 9-3 that I think would have a resume worthy is Oklahoma. I think with what they've got left, I think if you stacked up their resume, I think you could make a case. But even then, BK, I think it's a stretch when you look at all these other teams in the league. Again, I think you're going to have such an impressive stack of 10+ win teams. I'm still hard pressed to believe a 9-3 SEC team gets in.
Nope. I thought Bucky was there. He texted us saying he sees us, but the black and gray circle that was Bucky Godbolt is no longer with us. He texted me and said, everything just went dark here.
It's that new hat he's wearing, man. He's switching up the uniforms on a Tuesday, and sometimes when you go alternates, man, you get unexpected results. I don't know. I think that hat's throwing the signal off.
Well, what I think is happening, he's been dunking on YouTube TV over the last few days.
Oh, they're getting him.
So I think
the mouse has got its revenge.
Yeah, whether it's Disney or Google, who owns YouTube, like one of them is taking it out on Mr. Godbolt.
An outrageous! I don't even know how I'm watching the show tonight. I have YouTube TV. I don't know how I'm watching it. I don't know what I'm doing tonight.
It's a mess. Yeah, it is a mess. I mean, everyone's kind of scrambling right now. I think everyone thought it would be figured out at this point, as I think the Buck is back.
Back.
Yeah, Buck, we were just talking about you being punished for crapping on YouTube TV. It's like the internet gods got mad at you for disrespecting Google and
Hey,
Disney.
I pay my bills on time. Why are they screwing with me? I'm paying Disney their money, YouTube. I'm giving them all their cash. They
Apparently
got
not,
billions
no.
of dollars. I'm still giving them money.
Guys, you could argue honestly on a side note that the streaming services and like the YouTube TVs and the Hulus, and I get it, Quadbox is awesome, but it might be the biggest scam like in the history of the world. Like, because you think about it, I was adding up all the streaming services that I have, and I'm like, this is more expensive than cable would have been.
Yeah.
Like, we could have just had cable. And instead, it's like YouTube TV is like $88 a month. Like what? And then you add on everything else. I get it. We get stuff on demand, but like, didn't we have on demand with cable? Like,
I thought we did.
It is actually the biggest scam ever when you think about it.
For like
at first it wasn't. At first it was like YouTube TV was like $20. Now it's like, why am I paying $80 for this on top of everything else? And now you got these billionaires that can't figure it out. I don't know, man. I mean, I wasn't nearly as pissed off this weekend as I would have been because I was at a game.
Right.
But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm thinking tonight, I'm like, how am I going to watch the playoff ranking show? I don't even know how I'm going to watch it. I don't know.
Stream
Man,
East.
It's tough to have to go hang out at bars on Tuesday night.
Oh, not for Chris. I see the type of content Chris is posting. I think he'll have no problem hanging out.
Well, the problem is we're going live tonight during the show. So I'm like, I don't know what bar or where I could go to where we could do that. But yeah, no, we're having a good time. There's no question. We're having a good time, and at times a better time than even I predicted we would. So
there you go.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, let me ask you the Auburn job. With things going on at LSU and all the stuff, the governor getting involved, and I don't know if the governor of Alabama could care less about Auburn, but these jobs that are available now, it's almost like, who wants these gigs? I'm thinking, everybody like to be moving up and like to have the Auburn job. Everybody like to have the LSU job, but the involvement in people that are not involved in the sports gets to be a little bit scary. Because everybody wants a buyout. The coaches aren't going into this thing to take $2 million buyouts. They can try to send this thing backwards if they like, but that's not going to happen. You're going to end up with somebody that you don't want.
Well, Bucky, the first thing I'll say is, thankfully for Auburn, the governor's not involved, right? That whole deal with the LSU job and Jeff Landry, and we were laughing about. I'm still laughing about it. The original. His rant he went on or whatever, the clip that so many of us posted. Yes. But who wasn't laughing was LSU fans and people that love LSU, and probably Lane Kiffin and Eli Drinkwitz and people. They're going to be Dan Lanning, people that are going to be calling for that job. The Auburn job is so compelling, Bucky, from the standpoint that I think it's a good job. I do. But, and I don't mean to agree with a guy like Joel Klatt here. I don't know how y'all feel about him, but a lot of people aren't the biggest fans. But he went on, I think it was yesterday, and was talking about this job. And I won't be as harsh about it as he was and use the analogies he did. But, and I say this with love, I like Auburn people a lot. This is just from my vantage point. Auburn, to me, is one of those schools that has a very self-inflated image of themselves. I think they have one of the most self-inflated images of themselves. And I'm not saying, the one thing I don't like to do, guys, is try to tell programs that I'm not fans of, and I don't really understand the full context of the history, the tradition, the culture. I'm not going to try to tell you what your expectations for your program should be. I mean, I can give an educated guess. I can give my own personal opinion, but I'm not going to tell you for sure, like, this is what you should expect. So,
right.
I think it's like, even like Texas A&M, I've had this conversation with them, like, good on you for having high expectations. I'm not hating on you for it, but when you're at a place like Auburn, again, you look at their history and their track record. They've won 2 national titles, not 9 like they claim. They've won 2 national titles. They won 2 of them. And one of them came with the most generational player of all time in Cam Newton. Great season. I remember watching that season vividly. Cam Newton, you could argue it was the best individual season a player's ever had. And then the other one was like 1958. Long before maybe Bucky was in college, but long before most of us. long before most all of us. Outside of that, I mean, it's kind of like you've won a couple of SEC titles. Like, what have you really done? Then you factor in your 2 biggest rivals are Alabama and Georgia. So it's it's a good job. It's a very difficult job. Like, you could argue it's the most difficult job in college football from that standpoint, based off expectation, competition. But again, with that being said, like, they should be able to go out and get someone solid. I mean, I think that, again, it's a very compelling job. There is proof of concept. There's proof of concept. You can do it there. Now, how much does that matter in the NIL portal era? Like, I don't know how much history and tradition still very much matters, but maybe not to the degree that it used to, because I think you're more likely to do things that have never been done in this era of college football. Like, look at what Lane Kiffin is doing or getting close to doing at Ole Miss. It's the impossible is becoming possible with the way you're able to go out, get players. We all kind of understand the dynamic at this point. So, I don't think they're going to get option, number one, maybe not even number two, but I think they could get the third best guy. Maybe the fourth best. That's more of kind of a strategic hire. Certainly, I think they can upgrade from Hugh Freeze. I mean, I no doubt think they can upgrade from him. But yeah, it's Bucky. You make a good point. It's just it's a very interesting job, because on the surface, it is a great job, and I'm not saying it's not a good job, but it is a very, very, very difficult job, and you got a very difficult task as the next head coach trying to meet those expectations. Because, guys, I've met Auburn people. They think they should be Alabama. That's where the problem therein lies, right? Like, they think they should be doing what Bama's been doing, what Saban did with Bama. And number one, nobody's ever going to do that again. And number two, that's just not you. It's just not you right now. You're more of a, hey, let's go. I mean, guys, they haven't had a winning season in like 4 years. Let's go get a guy that can get us.
Missouri's had more success lately than they've had.
Yeah, not even close.
They think they should be with Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, get back to winning 8 to 9 games a year on average. Every 2 to 3 to 4 years, you're getting to that 10-win mark, 10-plus win mark. Fighting for the playoff, what have you. I'm not saying you don't want to be near that 9-ish range every year, knocking on the door of the playoff, but yeah, you got to walk where you can run, man. And
am I wrong to think of this, Chris? Am I wrong to think of that Arkansas seems to be like a more of a valued spot than Auburn, because Auburn has to deal with Alabama and
well, I think even with that, I think Auburn's a better job. I think Arkansas is a tougher place to win. And I think that's where I do think that's where that comes into play from the standpoint of Auburn has done it much more. Like, I think Arkansas has the national title in like same thing, like the 50s, whatever. There is recent proof of concept with Auburn. And I just like it. I will tell you this. I think one of the problems with Arkansas, they truly have no expectations. Like, I've got Arkansas buddies that I just, it's like pulling teeth trying to ask them about, I love to ask the question to people, how many times should the program make the playoff over the course of a decade? I think that's a really good way to quantify it. And I got a good buddy that covers Arkansas, and he said 0. He's like, Chris, we're not that program. And I'm like, dude, come on. I mean, why are you even playing? Why are we even watching the games? If the answer is 0, like, what's the point? Brother, you could go pick up hunting or fishing or golf or something else. You want to spend some time on some Saturdays doing nothing. So, I still think Auburn's a more compelling job. Again, I do commend Auburn for firing Hugh Freeze. It was the right move. That tenure was very obviously going nowhere. And I think Auburn can be a player in the SEC. But, yeah, to your point, like, if they can get to the level, get to what Mizzou's doing, get to what Ole Miss is doing. And, like, those teams aren't – and Ole Miss this year, different story. But, like, they're not lighting the world on fire. They're not Georgia. They're not Bama. But – they're very, very competitive week in, week out. I think the goal, guys, is to get to the month of November in the playoff conversation. Like, if you can do that, you had a pretty good season. Now, again, the way you finish is important. Can't crumble down the stretch. But just like Auburn, the problem with them is, like, their season was over before it ever even got going most years under Hugh Freeze. So, the offense abysmal. Obviously, there's so many layers to it, but I mean that was the bottom line. So, no, I still think Auburn's a better job than Arkansas. I just think the expectation. I think Arkansas can be a much better program than what most of them expect of it. But I still just think Auburn, because of they've won SEC titles, they have won a national championship, they got a track record and a history that shows they can do it.
Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. Yeah, we will see what happens. I think James Franklin and Auburn are perfect for each other, by the way. I think that's about as good of a hire as they could make. And James Franklin loses to big teams every year, so they'll just keep losing to Alabama and Georgia.
Well, here's the key, BK. Lane Kiffin can only coach one team next year. That's what we have to keep in mind. So
I don't know.
Not everybody can hire him, you know. So.
Yeah. Well, I do want to ask you about this Georgia team. Speaking of Lane Kiffin almost beat Georgia a few weeks ago. You were at the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, Georgia, Florida. Georgia gets the win, but it was far from impressive. Georgia's top 5 team. They've only lost one game to another top 5 team with Alabama, but they are skating by. Speaking of Auburn and Hugh Freeze, Auburn should have beat Georgia. They had a couple of better calls in that game. They probably win that game. So obviously Texas's next game is against Georgia. We'll ask you a little bit about this game today and some more next week, but your thoughts on just this Georgia team as a whole. Like, do you feel like they are legit national championship contenders, or are they just kind of getting lucky right now?
I do think they're national title contenders. I'm not going to sit here and bury Kirby Smart's team at this point in the season, sitting at 7-1. And you know, listen, they're finding ways to win. It's not pretty, it's not flashy, it's not sexy, but you know, you can look at it one of two ways. First way, you're playing with fire, right? At some point, there could come somebody come along that exposes you, and you know, you drop a game or it happens in the playoff, whatever. The other way I can look at it is like, the way you're able to gain confidence week after week after week winning games like this. Like there is value in winning close ball games, winning tight ball games. Guys, I don't understand why Georgia cannot get off to better starts. I don't know why they have to fall from behind to get into a place where, like, they're to a point, and I said it going into this game, they're comfortable getting it out the mud. I think they get excited when the game gets like this. They want the knockdown, drag out fight. Like at this point, I mean, I don't know what would indicate to us that the Texas game won't be close. I mean, they've all been close for them. So it's still a team that's extremely talented, as we know. I love Gunnar Stockton's game. I thought Mike Bobo had a pretty good game on Saturday, but it's just so typical for Georgia. So typical for Georgia this season. Like, this is what they do. This is how they get the game. They get it out the mud. I do want to say this, by the way, because I came on just mere days after the Red River Shootout and gave it my praise of the game. And I will say this, Red River Shootout's different. It's a step above the cocktail party, no doubt. And this was the final one in Jacksonville for 3 years. The difference in the two games for anybody out there, college football fan that wants to go to either one of them, or if you've probably been to the shootout, if you want to experience this one, I would say the difference is this. Outside of like the fair, that's a totally different thing. The Red River Shootout is a big party, but the game is the focal point. You know, the game is the thing we're all super stoked about. The cocktail party, there's a game, but the party is the focal point. Like, the party is really what people get down. And until Florida, I think, you know, gets to a place, maybe if they hire the right guy, maybe that could change. But like, the city of Jacksonville takes such pride in throwing the biggest, baddest party they can for that game, as you guys, again, probably saw over the weekend, and you will see more of as we drop this content from the game. But the game was a lot of fun. I mean, it's just, again, it's this Georgia team just getting it out the mud every week. And again, you can look at that one of two ways. You're playing with fire, but also, how am I going to knock a team that just finds ways to win?
Yeah.
And again, I think Kirby likes it. Like, I think Kirby finds great pleasure and enjoyment in this. It is character building. I mean, it is. And let's also call it too, they could have won this game by more of a margin. They could have won it by double digits. I'm glad the check cleared to Gunnar Stockton, because I had Florida plus 7.5, and he thankfully needed the one and won me some money. So, hey, that was the difference in me having a winning or losing weekend, was Gunnar Stockton doing that. So,
yeah, I don't want smart football players. I want them to stay dumb and get into the end zone like they're supposed to.
I love it. I loved it. Hey, listen, like I said, the check cleared. The check cleared to Gunnar. I'm glad to know that it did. But
all right, I don't know.
That I will just say this. That was the fired coach bump from Florida too. They've got lots of talent. That's the other thing too. It's not like, I know Florida stinks this year, but I wasn't surprised that game was close, guys. I thought that was going to be a one-score game for multiple reasons, but one of them is Florida still got talent. And was it a catch? Was it not a catch? That was on my side of the field. I thought that ball hit the turf. It was very, very close, but you know, DJ Lagway's got to make a better throw too. So,
that's the job. And Chris, that's the job that scares me more than the LSU, because there's too many meddling hands in the LSU job. That Florida job, a guy like James Franklin who can recruit and he can get in the Florida area, because if you can recruit to Penn State, get some of the type of players that he was getting, he gets to a place like Florida and gets a staff, and maybe, you know, gets rid of a few guys on his staff. That's a place. That is a place that even James Franklin would have a hard time screwing up.
Can I throw a name out, guys, that just through the grapevine I've been hearing? And I'm hearing this is not like just making up BS on a Tuesday morning. There are legitimate legs to this. And I don't know how badly Florida wants him in return. But from what I'm being told, there's a certain someone that wants out of Los Angeles and wants to get back to the Southeast or get back to the southern part of the country. That being one Mr. Lincoln Riley. I'm told there is real legitimate legs to Lincoln Riley at Florida. From what I've been told, he has expressed interest to Florida, Auburn, and what's the other job? Anyways, Florida, a couple of the openings, maybe Arkansas. Either way, there is real legitimate legs to Lincoln Riley. Yeah, Florida, LSU, and Auburn. He has told all three that he wants out of USC.
Wow.
So and it made me think, I'm like, God, whose stock torpedoed faster than Lincoln Riley's? Because at one time he was at Oklahoma, he was a wizard. I mean, this dude was thought of the all everything, and he dipped out, went to USC, and he's just like a relic now. I mean, I don't know. It just again, and I've actually, funny enough, guys, this was told to me last night. I was told this a few weeks ago. That Lincoln Riley, apparently it is pretty well known in the industry that he wants out of USC. He wants to get back to Texas. He wants to get back to this part of the country, if you will. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but apparently there's interest on both sides. So yeah, I mean, y'all are very familiar with him.
Yeah.
So
I love Lincoln Riley, man. Like, he screwed over Oklahoma. Anybody who does that is a friend of mine. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised at all that he wants to leave USC. I'm a little surprised he wants the smoke of the SEC, because that was part of the reason why he left Oklahoma, at least allegedly, was he didn't want to make the move to the SEC. He wanted an easier path. And at the time, USC was in the Pac-12. And now, obviously, they're in the Big Ten. But I'm thinking Lincoln Riley wants the Baylor job or something, so he can just coast to the playoff every year.
Yeah, I have heard like that. Like, I think he wants to get back. Like, I think the Baylor job would be one he'd probably take. From what I've been told, he wants to get out of USC. It's that
bad at USC that he would take the Baylor job over SC?
Bucky, how many – I mean, who cares about – like, it's weird, right? Because we grew up, USC was like the all everything. It's cool to play in LA. I get it. But, like, what's the passion for football out there? You know, I mean –
hey, Lincoln Riley to Oklahoma
again, Lincoln
State.
Riley has become like a forgotten – he's an afterthought now.
He should
become a Cowboy. He should just go to the Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State.
Oh,
could you imagine?
Wheeling, dealing. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Last one for me, CP. The best game of the weekend in the SEC. Texas A&M at Mizzou. Your only ranked matchup in the conference this Saturday at 2:30. Can Missouri end the national nightmare that is Texas A&M staying undefeated?
I mean, I think they can for sure. Right? It's funny how this game is sort of flying under the radar a little bit from the standpoint of, and I was talking about this with a buddy of mine yesterday. And I love the Mizzou folks. They are the most easily forgotten team in the conference. Like, so they can be having a good season and you still just somehow they go under the radar, which is probably unfair. But I mean, can they? Sure. Here's the big question though. What's happening at quarterback?
Yeah,
that's the thing that's scary. So can they? Yes. How do they avoid being one-dimensional? You know, you've obviously got to lean on Ahmad Hardy and Jamal Roberts in the running game. And if they can't establish the run with those guys, they don't have a chance. And you know that Mike Elko and company, they all know that. And I think that's what you got to key in first. And you got to make this kid beat you, right? So can he loosen up the defense? Can they have balance? That's the big question. You know, Texas A&M is the favorite. I think they should obviously be the favorite, but you know, can it happen? Sure. I don't know that I'm picking it to happen. I mean, Texas A&M coming off the bye week. you would think they're ready to put their best foot forward and play their best ball. So
those
probably
two NFL wide receivers that Texas A&M have right now are how are you going to keep up with them in scoring if you're not quite sure with the quarterback in Missouri right now? That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I know the battered Aggie syndrome is set in with the Aggies out there, and they're expecting like the worst to happen at any moment. But I mean, I don't see what tells you that A&M should go lose this game. I mean, no. I don't see much of anything. So, A&M, sure, I guess A&M's capable of going out and just Marcel Reed throws 3 or 4 picks and they have a terrible showing. But I don't know. It feels like the floor of this team is higher than that. It feels like they have a very high floor this year. So I don't even think they have to play their A game to beat Mizzou. That's no disrespect to Mizzou. I just think that they're a good enough team to probably play their B- game and still go win. So especially without Bo Prabula, that's the big tough part about this. They'll need Ahmad Hardy to have like a generational day, I think, to pull the upset.
What's kind of cool for A&M is the fact that they have guys that have come through the transfer portal. Those were wide receivers that have come out of nowhere to become leaders on their team. They're not just really, really good players and talented players. They seem to be leaders. And when those guys get cranked up, that whole football teams, that defense gets cranked up along with the wide receivers and the punt return. That dude, they just make a difference to the group. It makes a difference to that quarterback. That guy can have a shitty game, Chris. He'll throw one good pass, and a guy will make an 8-yard catch turn into a 50-yard touchdown run. That's they have sparks on their teams now. It's not just about turning it around, handing it off, and hoping that you play good defense. They can throw the ball and really hurt you with their throwing game now.
Yeah, they've got those playmakers on the outside that you're right, Bucky, can change the game in one play. And it's like having that big bopper in your 3 or 4 hole. It's like, hey guys, we want to get on base, and
sure,
doubles are great, but you love having that guy in your lineup that can change the game with one swing of the bat. And that's what they've got. They've got those guys that can change the game with one play, one big explosive, multiple facets of the game too. So
yeah, and I underestimate their run game. I always think of A&M's run game as they got a talented 1 sort of 2 punch, but they're way more talented than I think. They really are pretty good running the ball.
Yeah, they're deep. They're deep. I know it's killing BK for you to be so complimentary to the Aggies, but
he's used to it.
I mean, listen, they're the most complete team in the league right now. I don't know how you can argue it. They are the top to bottom most complete team, fewest weaknesses. They just are.
They just need to roll into Austin undefeated. Just let them roll into Austin undefeated in November, the day after Thanksgiving. After their fan base is fat and happy from turkey and stuffing. Let them all just roll in here. Just keep winning games. That's all I need them to do.
Yeah. 5 SEC wins, 4 of them against teams that have fired their coach. Very impressive stuff from Texas A&M. The other one, by the way, Mississippi State, who just won their first conference game in 3 years. We would never struggle with Mississippi State here in Austin. We would never do something like that. Chris, thanks for the time, man. Always enjoy it. Good luck with your YouTube TV stuff. And we'll chop it up next week.
Thank you,
figure it out, boys. Hey, BK Bucky, appreciate you. Always a pleasure.
You're the man.
Thanks, buddy.
Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered. Check out the content, YouTube, podcast, social media. You know where to find them. They do a great job covering the entire conference every week. And, it is pretty funny. I mean, look, A&M's been very impressive, but they do have 5 conference.
I can't give them credit where I need to give it to them is in that running game. I just kind of think of them. I look at their runners, and damn it, they are deep.
What do you mean you can't give them a credit? You've been sucking them off all year. What do you mean? The receivers, the running backs, the everything. You've been all over the Aggies, man.
That defense is just not that good either,
The Aggie defense?
Yeah, just let them keep winning over these Submariner teams, and we'll see them in November.
Hey, that is pretty funny. They have 5 SEC wins, and 4 of the teams they beat have fired their coach since then, and their other win is against Mississippi State.
Wow.
And they get a backup quarterback at Mizzou this weekend. Then they get a South Carolina team that might fire their coach, and then Samford, and then Texas. So
there you go.
Hey, you can only play who's on your schedule. And that's
right.
There were a lot of people dunking on Texas's schedule last year, calling it soft, whatever. Texas was breezing through it, no problems, all good. You can only play who's on your schedule. A&M doesn't have to apologize for it, but
that's right. They don't know. The Aggies don't have to do any apologizing. Just get here undefeated. Don't come here with 1 loss. We don't want to just go ahead and keep winning. Don't come here with a loss to some team that lost their coach. Let's keep the momentum going.
Let's have the Aggies come in with a loss to Samford the week before. How about that? Can we get
they
that?
wouldn't blow that with no. That's not going to happen.
Oh my God! No,
I definitely don't need them losing to Mizzou without their quarterback.
I do. I hate Missouri, and I'm rooting for Missouri this weekend. So
really,
I'm just a Texas fan, unlike you, I guess. I don't root for the Aggies, man. Come on. It'd be so great if the Aggies slip up against a backup quarterback.
I was rooting so hard last week against Oklahoma and Tennessee. I was just rooting for even though Texas could use that because of beating them. It was so hard to root for Oklahoma.
I can't do it. My mom actually texted me during that game. She's like, should we be rooting for Oklahoma? I'm like, I think the answer is yes, but I'm not. So
yeah, I couldn't do it.
Like, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. But yeah, you got to root for, I guess. Look, again, if Texas goes 10-2, it doesn't matter what anybody else does. They're going to be in.
Right.
But if Texas does slip up in one of these final 3 games, then you've got to root for other teams to lose, and you've got to root for teams that you've beat to keep winning. To make
so keep the Aggies winning for that last game for sure, because that would be a huge Texas win late.
It would help. No, you're right. It would help. If A&M is 11-0 and ranked in the top 3 like they are now, then that would make the win on Black Friday look more impressive.
And hell, there's no telling where they'll be because you've already got them. You've already got Michigan beating Ohio State again.
I do.
Which is not going to happen.
I think I've picked Ohio State to win in each of the last 4 years.
Wow.
And they haven't won in each of the last 4 years. My cousin has lost some coinage on that game.
Well, this is your year because that's not happening this year.
That's good. I'm glad I've got you on my side now for that. All right, good stuff with Chris taking a look around the SEC. Boy, how about that Lincoln Riley nugget too? That isn't the most surprising thing, but obviously that's a big name who not a lot of SEC people have been talking about as a potential coach to take one of these vacancies. If he's in the mix, then all right, buckle up. This carousel is going to be even crazier than expected.
Yeah, that dude, that dude at Florida would be unbelievable. That dude at Florida would be unreal. He'd find a quarterback.
I still think Lincoln Riley is a really good coach. I know he's lost some steam, and Chris called him a relic. Yeah, he's kind of fallen off the front page. He's kind of fallen to the back page with what USC has been recently. But I still think Lincoln Riley in the right situation can be a really, really good coach. And yeah, like you said, with the resources that Florida has,
wow,
that could work, or it could blow up in their face. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328.
All right, now before we go into something else, I would say this. Chris is dead on about those people at Auburn now. We've seen that first. How about that group? I mean, for people that don't know, those people think that their shit doesn't smell at all.
Dude, that was like our first impression of the SEC was going to conference media days last year in Dallas, and we were like set up in between 2 Auburn tables, right? People who cover Auburn. And they're talking so much shit the entire time. Like, they were nice to us, but I was just like walking.
Yeah, nice guys.
We were like during, we were listening to their shows throughout the day, and they're just like, man, Texas ain't shit. Like, they think they could come in here and hang in the SEC. They've got to deal with us. Like, they can't hang with us.
No, they thought it was going to be years and years before Texas even had a winning season in the SEC.
Right. And they're like, yeah, no, you got to deal with Auburn, big bad Auburn. It's like, what do you guys win? You guys never do anything in this league. And we're not worried about you. Y'all go serve us dinner, please. We're
that was really weird. The way they think, Chris is right. The way they think of themselves is just, it's got to be hard for them being like that 4th or 5th tier team now in the conference. I mean, they want to be Bama. They've always wanted to be Bama. They've got national championships. Now they got to deal with Bama, Georgia, and the likes. They've always had to deal. LSU's won national championships. Every time a coach goes there, they win, except for the last one. But they've been living on that Cam Newton thing forever.
Yeah, no, it's brutal. I mean, the fact that their 2 biggest rivals are Bama and Georgia, and they have to play them every single year. I mean, for a while they had to deal with Saban and Smart every year. It's like, oh my God, that's not fun. But yeah, it's a passionate fan base. I mean, they're deep in the heart of SEC country. They care a lot, and I don't blame them for caring, but
they do care.
It's sometimes you got to know your place in this life.
You got to know your place.
There's your tip
Auburn.
for kids. Know your place, kids. All right. Nothing wrong with your place. Just know where you stand. Stay in your lane, to quote
Stay in your lane, Auburn.
Oh, my God. All right. We'll take your thoughts on all of that. More Texas football to dive into. Also, we got some Texas basketball to discuss as the Longhorns open up the Sean Miller era tonight. Do a quick preview of the game against Duke and also just the entire 2025-26 season as a whole. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
See our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. You know, for nearly 70 years in Central Texas, they have been doing such a fine job when it comes to heating, air conditioning, and now, folks, they are doing plumbing. And it will get warm up again at the end of this week. So make sure that air conditioning is still running properly. You don't want to have dirty filters where you're not getting the kind of air or the temperature that you want when it gets to be 89, 87 degrees. For BK, that's hot. Not for me. That's like wintertime still. But folks, Woods Comfort Systems will make sure they get their technicians to you, and especially during the winter months when it does start to cool off a little bit. The following week, it's going to be some 60-degree temperatures in the daytime. So that means 40s at night. And you want to make sure that heat turns on properly and is ready to go. And you want everything clean. The filters, whether it's heat or air conditioning, you want those filters cleaned properly. And the folks over at Woods Comfort Systems can do just that. And if you got plumbing problems, call on Woods Comfort Systems. They can handle that also. Close to 70 years, nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Love Woods Comfort Systems. Check out their website, woodscomfortsystems.com. Give them a call, 512-842-5066. Also, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. If you were in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, don't spend all of your time shopping around. All you need to do is go to one place. That's Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. Why? Is that the place you should go? Well, they've got 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. They've got 3 dealerships all on one lot. So if you're not entirely sure what you want, go out there. They're going to have something for you. The people there are fantastic. Say hi to Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Cameron and Ron and the whole squad out there. They're going to treat you like family the way they've treated Austin like family for more than 100 years. Yeah, the Covert Auto Group has been around since the early 1900s. The service is second to none. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
CovertBeeCave.com for more info.
And, of course, Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and that great Italian food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family. Today is 2 for Tuesday. That's right, 2 for the price of 1. Go on over and get that pizza today. Great day to do that. Unwind Wednesdays tomorrow, half-price bottles of wine with your pizza. And, of course, Tony C's has been in that Bee Caves area for over 15 years. Love Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Mr. C. Love you, Mr. C. Also love Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Oh, yeah. Your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets injured in a car wreck, gets hurt on the job, suffers any kind of personal injury, you got to call our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht with the Hecht Law Firm. He's been a good friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade. Nobody does it better. He's going to be there with you and for you every step of the way. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's right. He's so confident in what he does that you pay zero in legal fees unless he puts money in your pocket. So let Hurricane Hecht flood your pockets with cash. HechtLawFirm.com is the website, or you can give him a call, 512-938-8929.
Of course, McCall's Custom Homes. Thank you for Mike and his gang getting over here yesterday. Boy, I had that emergency here. I tell you, where the drywall was all jacked up, and the original people that built this wonderful home of mine, don't want to make too many complaints, but dude, they did not cap off a certain spot right by the washer and the dryer back there, and it had crystallized, BK. That's how that drip has been dripping. And it looked like an old cave behind the drywall. And those guys came over yesterday. They got it all, put up a new box in there in the back, put in some drywall and everything. They'll be over to finish up today. That's because I made that call to Mike on a Monday. They get here, they come on a Monday, they get here on a Tuesday and then finishing up. That could have been a major disaster. But in another month, I would have had to replace all the drywall in the room, taking up the floorboards and the cabinets out of that place. I got very lucky, thanks to McCall Customs Homes and Mike McCall coming out with this crew yesterday, and they'll finish up today. That's just how quick they can get things done.
They're the best. And Mike got his truck back, so he's back in
Yes,
business.
he did.
Yep. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
You're not going to find the people that stole the truck, but they got the truck back.
They got the truck back, and I don't want to put too much of Mike's info out there, but I think he's okay with this. He listens all the time. He'll ream me if he's not, but they didn't steal too much from it, which is good.
No. They just want to go for a ride.
A little joyride, and they just left it somewhere else. So weird bit right there. Thankfully, they found it.
Hey, do us a favor. Just quit stealing cars, you thieves.
Quit stealing cars, you thieves. Well, I'm hoping Texas basketball can steal a win against Duke is Duke tonight.
That'd be nice. It's a nice start, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the Sean Miller era opens tonight. Texas taking on 6th-ranked Duke in the Dickie V Invitational in a neutral site game in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, just a few miles from Duke's campus.
Yeah, 2 hours from Durham, where Duke is located, and a cool 18 and a half hours from Austin, where Texas, of course, is located. Very neutral there. What do you say, Buck? You never get a second chance to make a first impression? No pressure.
For sure.
Sean Miller, you're playing a road game at Duke tonight. No pressure at all to make a good first impression here with Longhorn Nation. Texas 0-6 all-time against Duke. Great opportunity, though. I'm excited. I'm excited for the Sean Miller era. I was excited with the hire when it happened. I'm excited about the future of Texas basketball under his watch. Saying that, I am keeping my expectations pretty low tonight.
Oh, tonight, yeah, for sure.
And I will throw this out there. If tonight doesn't go super well, don't give up on this team. Don't give up on this coach. It's November 4th. The season ends in March. Everything is going to be all right. Also, Texas's two best big men, Matas Vokatitis, the transfer from Florida Atlantic, and Lacina Traore, who followed Sean Miller from Xavier. Both of those guys have been dealing with ailments recently. Sean Miller told us.
Are we talking ailments or are they injured?
Well, Sean Miller told us last week that they've been back at practice, and I attended an open practice last week. It's like 30 minutes that they let the media see, and both of those guys were out there doing things. So they are practicing. It sounds like they'll both be available tonight, but how available will they be? How much will they play? How good are they going to play? All questions that I don't have answers to.
You don't have their injury report. You know, I've been trying to get an injury report for you.
No. It's foot sprain. It's a foot sprain and an ankle sprain. So those are the injuries right there. So I got you on this one.
You would solve for yourself. They were shooting free throws and limping around in their shorts.
It didn't look like they were limping, which is good.
Okay.
But who knows? You know, they're practicing versus playing Duke. And maybe this is a good time to get the Dukies. I mean, it's a new team. They lost Cooper Flagg. They lost Con Knipple. They lost Maluach. They lost Proctor. I mean, there was
they
a
got
final
5 other All-American, high school All-Americans on their team.
So on one hand, it's like, well, they lost a lot from a Final Four team. On the other hand, they could be a Final Four team this year because they replaced them with 5 more really good freshmen.
Yeah.
So the best player on Duke this year, Buck, a guy by the name of Cameron Boozer. Does that last name do anything for you?
Yeah, his daddy was pretty good.
Yeah. Son of longtime NBA big man and former Duke star Carlos Boozer. You're welcome for making you feel old on a Tuesday morning.
Wow.
There's twins, by the way. So Cameron Boozer was the 3rd highest ranked recruit in this class. He's going to be a top 3 pick in the draft if he stays healthy. His twin brother, Caden, was the 20th ranked player in the country. He's also a 5-star. They also brought in another white sharpshooting 5-star who's a top 20 player in the country. So, yeah, like you said, it's Duke. They don't rebuild. They reload. They're good.
They get 3 players that come there that are freshman All-Americans that play for 1 year and leave anyway.
But I guess you'd rather have them now before they figure it all out. I mean, it might not matter. Duke's an 8.5-point favorite, so I don't think Texas is going to win, but maybe that's the good news is you're getting a super young team early on.
Well, it's good to play a team like that out of your conference. This is the time when you want to do that. You want to find out about your team and find out what you have to fix, and you're going against some good competition, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Texas has a few easier games after this, and then they'll head to the Maui Invitational the week of Thanksgiving, where they'll play some other tough teams, but obviously an incredibly tough test for the Horns tonight. I'm excited. I mean, Texas has just 4 players back from last year. Tremont Mark, Kendall Weaver, Jordan Pope, and Nick Cody. Those first 3 guys were key contributors last year. They will need to be this year. The Horns brought in 5 transfers from the portal, also a couple of freshman signees as well. I think your starting 5 is going to be the Pope, who you love, Buck.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's back.
Tremont Mark, Kendall Weaver, Dalen Swain, Xavier transfer, and Matas Vokatitis. I would think that's the starting 5. Got a little bit of depth. Cam Heidi, the Purdue transfer, Lucina Traore, the big man transfer from Xavier, Simeon Wilcher from St. John's. They've got some talent, but obviously, well, it's college basketball. It's
a good first game. I like it. I mean, I saw last night, I think Houston was playing Lehigh, and they were about to, that for a little bit of the game, it looked like it was okay. And then all of a sudden it didn't become okay.
Hey, they didn't cover.
Lehigh hung in there, didn't they?
Yeah. What are they? The Mountain Hawks?
The Yardbirds or whatever they're called. Who knows?
I thought it was Mountain Hawks. You're going Yardbirds? Dude,
they used to be the Engineers.
Really?
They found out that their engineering school was about the 5th best in the country, so they quit calling themselves the Engineers. They went to some Hawk. Yeah, there's Hawks up there. That's up at Lehigh is where the famous baked potato story took place. Up on their property. Up on the. It's not a mountain. It's just a big hill.
So you were engineering a baked potato.
Yes, I was engineering. Yes, they were the engineers at that time that happened.
Why did they change from that? If you're top 5 in anything, you could be called that. No,
I don't know if they are. I mean, there's got to be Georgia Tech's got to be in front. MIT has to be there. Where else down south? Vandy's probably got it better. Maybe they're top 10 or whatever. But they used to be known as one of the best engineering schools. Like they were at one time listed as in the top 4 engineering schools in the country. I don't think and then once they got out of the top 10, they ended up going to mountain birds or winged animals up there at Lehigh.
I guess if you're trying to play competitive sports with a more menacing mascot than the Engineers.
Yeah, my brother, my younger brother was the first black captain of the football team at University of Lehigh for football.
Wow. That's a cool bit of history right there.
Yeah, that's one of the deals that I didn't realize there for a long, long time, but he was the first at University of Lehigh as a running back at Lehigh University.
Interesting. That's cool. I like that. I don't know if Texas has Lehigh on the schedule this year.
No.
And it'd be an easy win if they did. Expectations for the Longhorns, not super high, unranked in the preseason top 25. Texas picked to finish 9th out of 16 teams in the SEC. Before you think that's bad, remember 14 SEC teams made the tournament last year.
Yeah.
So if you finish 9th, that's not terrible. That probably means you're pretty safely in the dance. I think that should be the floor for this team. Like, just make the tournament. I feel like that's the minimum there. You know, as bad as Rodney Terry was, as bad as things got under Shaka Smart, Texas has made the dance in every year since 2020. They probably were going to make it in 2020 if COVID didn't take away the tournament from us. So that feels like the floor. But, you know, I don't know, a ceiling, maybe a 6 seed. Like Chris Beard in his first year was a 6 seed. Texas won one tournament game. They lost in the round of 32. You get to the dance. Obviously, the bracket breaks your way. Maybe you can make it to the second weekend, but
that'd be nice.
I'm just like, make the real tournament, not the first 4. Make the real tournament. If you could be a single-digit seed, that'd be pretty cool too. But I have no idea. I have no idea what to expect. Ken Pom has them at number 39. Joe Lenardi has them as an 8 seed in his preseason bracketology. So they should be solid, but again, so much roster turnover. New coach.
I've got to see how they just gel together. That's why games like this are important early.
Yeah, I agree. We'll learn a lot about this team tonight. I'm just excited to watch some good offense. That's what Sean Miller's all about. Up-tempo, ball movement, like things that have not been associated with Texas basketball really for the last 4 coaches. I mean, Rick Barnes, Shaka, Beard, RT, all kind of the same. There's sort of defensive-minded guys that play slow, and at times the offense would just get so stale and be too much isolation and hero ball. I don't think you're going to have that anymore with Sean Miller, so at least it'll be a more exciting brand of basketball to watch.
Yes, and plus we'll have a couple Euros playing.
Well, by the way, TCU lost to New Orleans last night. College basketball started yesterday.
Oh, yeah, there are a lot of those big teams that are playing, like I said, Houston playing teams like Lehigh. I mean, Gonzaga was in a little bit of a battle early. Then they end up winning by, I think, 40 or 50. They were in a semi-tight ball game against.
How early are you talking here?
What was the final of that game?
98-43.
Yeah.
So like for 1 minute, they played Texas Southern. For 1 minute, they were in a battle.
How was the half? What was the halftime score?
46-27.
There you go.
That's a 19-point game.
Did you say 26-27?
46-27.
No, that wasn't that close.
All right, you know what? In your defense, I'm looking at the play-by-play. At one point,
for a while it was a close game early.
At one point, it was 20-17. So I will give you that. I will give you that. For the first 5 or 6 minutes, it was a bit of a battle for the Zags. They pulled away. Speaking of battles, Auburn, remember, Bruce Pearl left a month ago, and it's like, I want my kid to be the coach.
That dude was on TV, I believe, yesterday.
Bruce?
Yeah, he's already he's already gigging out there.
Does he want the Auburn football job?
No, I thought he'd go fishing or something. He's being on these basketball, I thought he was on the network somewhere yesterday doing some politicking.
I bet you're right. I didn't see it, but I do not doubt you at all. Auburn needed overtime to beat Bethune-Cookman yesterday.
Wow.
95-90. They did win. By the way, Bethune-Cookman, they hit 3 free throws. They were down by 3, pulled up for a half-court shot at the buzzer to tie it. They got fouled. Obvious call.
No.
They made 3 free throws to force overtime. Do you know who made those 3 free throws?
Who?
I wonder if this is a name you remember, but the Texas basketball diehards will remember. Former Longhorn Arterio Morris.
No.
Hit the 3 free throws to force overtime.
Is that Bethune-Cookman?
He is now at Bethune-Cookman. One time was at Kansas. Got kicked off the team at Kansas. Came to Texas, was here for a year. I don't know where he's been since then, but now he's at Bethune-Cookman, and he scored 20 points and nearly beat Auburn in the jungle.
These guys that get to play for all these years. Don't forget, remember, if you go to prison, the clock stops.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, your clock stops. You got eligibility. You can come out. It's like going to the service.
So if you're 32 years old, but you've spent, 14 years in prison, you just got really good at basketball playing out there,
playing prison ball. Yeah,
you could come out and you would have 4 years of college eligibility.
Yeah, the clock stops.
Double check the facts.
You on that?
But I like that. Yeah, you're onto something there. If that's accurate, then here we go.
North Dallas 40. Go to prison.
There's your
ball there. Come back. Play at Texas or somewhere.
There's your college basketball. Buck, a quick fun story to wrap things up. Well, I don't know if this is fun. People might hate this. I think people probably will hate this. How's that for a tease? Dictionary.com has selected its word of the year for 2025.
Word or words like D's nuts?
I wonder if D's nuts has won that award before. I feel like it should, and it could win it every year, and I would have no problem.
No problem.
At all. No, that is not the word of the year this year. On October 29th, Dictionary.com announced their word of the year for 2025 is 6'7". Are you at all familiar? Are you at all familiar with this 6'7" trend?
I've come across that over the last week or two. Somebody saying something about 6'7", actually on news broadcast, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah, if you don't know a school-aged kid, you probably aren't familiar with 6'7". It's a slang term that has just captivated Gen Alpha to the extent where teachers have had to ban 6'7" in school. You're not even allowed to say it anymore. Can't even be doing math anymore at school if it involves those two numbers. So what does it actually mean?
What does it mean?
According to dictionary.com, quote, perhaps the most defining feature of 6'7" is that it's impossible to define. It's meaningless, ubiquitous, and nonsensical, end quote. So the people who make up definitions don't even have a definition for their word of the year. That's not even a word. It's two numbers.
It's just, it's nonsense, right?
It's nonsense. By the way it's worded is not like SIX, like spelled out 6'7". It is the number 6, the number 7. The word of the year is 2 numbers, according to dictionary.com.
Boy, we keep dipping lower and lower each and every year. Or should I say we're dipping by the day?
I cannot wait for the olds to get a hold of this. Maybe they are already. Because, like, you know how it works, right? Kids come up with something cool or hip or in, whether we think it is or not. And then once, like, the parents get their hands on it and start using those terms or wearing those clothes, it's like, oh, shit, we gotta bail on this and come up with something different. So 6-7 has been going on for way too long. We got to get the olds involved to ruin this and get rid of this.
They will. We'll start doing that. We'll find a way to ruin it. I'll help out in ruining that because that's stupid.
It is brain rot right here.
It is.
And, you know, some people interpret it as like so, like maybe this, maybe that, whatever. But it is just,
It should be whatever. That's what it should be.
Just
6-7
instead of
should be
6-7,
whatever.
just whatever is what you say instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
That'll work.
it's insane, right? This apparently has become a pivotal moment in language and culture.
I've heard enough for a word this week by one of the Texas cheaters, by Doug Pauly. His words for tomorrow's golf game is, he is the Punisher. I'm like, what in the hell is that? He says, we will all be punished tomorrow. I'm like, what do you want you to call yourself, the Terminator? You're the Punisher?
You got Paulie calling himself the Punisher.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right, you know?
I don't think he's good enough to call himself that.
I know. But I've been listening to that all. He goes, you know who's coming tomorrow? I'm like, who? He goes, the Punisher. I'm like, what?
Should get that on a shirt or a hat or something.
It just doesn't sound right for a guy who shoots in the 90s.
Oh,
you
my
know?
God. That is fantastic.
The
We'll bring on Double R for this, and then Wags in a moment when he joins us. So first of all, Double R, I mean, you've got 2 daughters who are college, just past college age. Are you familiar with the 6-7 trend?
No, I heard. I had a buddy that mentioned that to me. He around forever is 6'9". 6'9".
Yeah.
That's what we're all about here.
That's what I'm talking about.
Us old guys are about the 6'9", but
Yeah.
apparently kids aren't doing that
6'7".
anymore. Instead of actually, hooking up, they're just doing this all the time.
6'9". Yeah, 6'9". That actually sounds like a good show idea, BK. A show from 6 to 7. 6-7. It's 6-7 on TSU.
Oh my God.
There you go.
There it is.
I don't hate that right there. So we've got 6-7 isn't the only term that has dominated culture. Other words on dictionary.com's short list, like these were the finalists, I think, for word of the year. Y'all let me know if you have heard of any of these or just know what they mean. Maybe you've heard them, but tell me if you think you can define these words. We'll start with aura farming.
Oh.
Any takers there?
Yeah, like you're in your moment, like you're in your moments, like you're getting you're getting like all the nests, right? Like all the guys get up. Like he can pull all the chicks at the Riz, all the Riz.
No, that's called that stuff that comes in the mail within 3 days and you put underneath your tongue.
Jizz?
No, it's one of those pills that you can pay 67 cents.
I'm not
for.
quite there yet.
What is coming in your mail, Wags? Well, it sounds like somebody is coming in your mail.
I've heard of Orida
right now it's
potatoes.
the AT&T fiber. They were supposed to dig this AT&T fiber line. It was supposed to be done yesterday. Now the guy hits me up. He's like, "Hey, we got to redig and go underneath the concrete. We went around the wrong spot."
Wow.
We're there. Remember how we had the gas leak, like a couple of months ago or whatever on our street? Well, now they got too close to the gas line, so they got to redo it.
Oh, that's all it's all the aura farming that they've been doing.
That's 6-7.
Yes, thank you.
That's 6-7, dude.
They were
6-7.
I mean,
6-7,
I don't know what he's. I don't know.
What about broligarchy? Familiar with that one?
It's got something to do with dudes, right? Dudes like bullshit. A guy calling bullshit on another guy or something.
Just dudes being dudes.
Just dudes being dudes.
Say it again. What is it called again?
Broligarchy. Instead of oligarchy, I guess we've got broligarchy, a ruling class of male tech-savvy billionaires who have gained significant political influence particularly through their alignment with President Trump's administration.
Are these like financial bros from like New York?
I'm reading this. I've never heard of this. We also have clanker. Y'all know what a clanker is?
Old broke down car.
That's what I thought it was.
I thought it was double R.
I guess
I got one in the driveway.
That's clunker, right? Is
clunker.
We've got Gen Z stare.
Oh yeah, that's when you got a cold sore on your lip, and the Gen Z kid, they're looking at your face, going, "Oh, that's gross."
Is that an elevator? STAIR.
Gen Z stare. Is it mean mugging?
Yeah, I just feel like it's probably you say something and someone in Gen Z just like looks at you like you're a dumbass because they know
like that thing that's on your lip. Something's on your lip, and they're like staring at it, like, "Hey, quit that! It's just herpes.
Hey,
leave me alone."
If you have a giant herp on your lip, then guess what? You're going to get a millennial stare from me. All right.
I did that last night to Jerry Jones when he said he was when he had done a trade. That's how I looked at him.
I thought he was going to say the trade last night.
Yeah. We also have Kiss Cam. I think we all know what Kiss Cam is, right?
Oh yeah.
It's been around. That's
that company owner guy. He knows what
getting rebranded to Coldplay Cam?
Yeah,
Coldplay.
God, you might be right. And Kiss Cam might be something completely different nowadays. Who knows? Also, over tourism, tariff, and trad wife were the other final.
What's the trad wife?
What did you call me?
Trad wife.
It's a trad wife.
Oh my God. Trad wife is short for traditional wife. It is a married woman who embraces and promotes traditional gender roles, where she is a full-time homemaker and her husband is the primary financial provider. God, what a world that would be.
Damn, I don't have that.
God, what a world.
Yeah. Your trad husband?
So
why do you have that?
Harrison Butker's wife. Harrison Butker's wife is a trad wife, I guess, based on that definition. Like you say
she's a sandwich maker.
Yeah, make me a sandwich and clean up my plate when I'm done, trad.
So my wife did not work while while we were in Hawaii. She just didn't work, right? Like she raised Reed, right? But she cooked, but I was never like, hey, go get me a sandwich. I've just never once said that. Like I was raised by my grandma, and she would come down from heaven. I hope she got to heaven. I think she got to heaven, but she would come down from heaven and throw the wooden chair at me that she used to throw. You know what I mean?
None of us have ever. No man has ever really said, "Make me a sandwich."
I don't know. This guy. I don't know. Pretty convincing.
I've said that. I don't know anybody who has truly said, "Hey, can you go make me a sandwich?" I've never even thought. I didn't even say that to my mama when I was a kid. Hey, make me a sandwich. I would get the shit slapped out of you.
What about your partner in crime? What about your co-host there? He really does not hold back.
Like, don't do that.
No, he would not say that to his
facade that he puts on the camera.
Like his girl or his last girl. And I know he hadn't said that to his mom.
No, you guys are wrong. I think I've shared this story on the show. I do not remember this, but my mom swears that like my first words were "make me a sandwich." First thing I said to her. She like I obviously don't remember it. She like swears that was like the first full sentence that I had come up with was
make me a sandwich.
Can we confirm that?
That sets the bar. That has set the bar for how I have treated
MK. Can we confirm that, MK?
I know that he doesn't do that with his lady now, because Bucky, we were out on we were doing the St. Jude's walk, and we're about halfway through, and we were like, okay, we're getting tired. BK and I are getting tired, and the lady's just kind of going there, kind of waiting for us. And she goes, "Did Brad tell you when I took him to Pilates?" I'm like, "Oh no, he didn't mention that."
That's not true. Fake news.
He actually went to Pilates with his girl. He went to Pilates.
Fake news, man. You could have had me. You could have had them, but Pilates. I've never done Pilates. I ain't doing that shit. She knows better than to ask me to do that.
His plate. I saw the missus take his dinner plate up and get rid of stuff. So BK was living like a king in Costa Rica.
There you go.
That's all I could say. That's all I could say.
Yeah,
I can only report what I've seen, gentlemen.
I don't have to say it. She just knows it. And she's in the other room, probably with a baseball bat in her hand.
Yeah,
right
now. Really.
Ready.
He had just whispered, when you get up, be sure and get my damn plate.
Hey, look, I'm just spicing up your day, big guy.
Yeah, thank you.
It's 2 for Tuesday. Let's
check your mail. There might be some more You know, never mind. I'm not gonna.
I'm extremely good. I'm extremely good at that. Respectful. I'm great at Thanksgiving. I pick up the plates that are around. I bring that. I always say to people, "Can I take your plate?" Then
especially when you're at your house, right, Buck?
Yeah, I mean, I just do that. Even if I'm not at my house, I'll grab the plates and move them around and do all. I'm good at that because I don't cook anything. You know, I'm not part of the. They always. I get like get out of the kitchen kind of stuff. I've always gotten that as a kid. Hey, you get out of there. You get out of there. You. So I always figure at least I can do is pick up some plates.
Yeah, it's usually from picking at the bird or whatever.
Oh yeah, I get my hands on stuff. I used to go nuts. I just told them to get out of the kitchen. I make people nervous in the kitchen because I'm always, are we done yet? Is this done? How long does this have to be cooked? It's always get your ass out of this kitchen. Go outside and play in the dirt.
That's a smart idea. That way you don't get stuck with doing some duty. But Thanksgiving tip, just walk around with a trash bag. Use paper plates. I mean, Thanksgiving, you do it once a year. I mean, come on.
Dude,
no dishwashing, nothing.
And here right now we are, my wife and I, because we've got all kinds of dishes, but we do. I use paper plates. I'm like, why do that? And now we're at the point where my wife is like, that paper bowl, you can use that again. I'm like, I'm not getting to that point where I'm like trying to save paper bowls. I'm like, no.
I wash my plasticware. I'll put that in
Sara
the
Lee bowls?
Huh?
The Sara Lee bowls? The bowls?
Yeah. The ones with the little flowers, the ones with the flowers on them and stuff. She's like, there's nothing wrong with that. You just put it in the microwave. She goes, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll put like some stuff in there. She goes, don't do that. Put that. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm like, that's fine with me, but I've never gotten to that point where I've done that.
Oh, dude, I do that, Buck. Like I put the plasticware in the dishwasher. The other day I walked over to the trash can.
What?
And Tracy had thrown away my plastic green fork. It was in the trash. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, ow. I'm like, what is this?
That's my plastic fork. Don't do that.
Yeah. Corbin, get him a new fork and a spoon from the MRE, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, I do that. I throw that plastic stuff like spoons and stuff. I'm like, I don't know why I couldn't wash those. I'll tell you, if I was back in Pennsylvania when I was the oldest of 8, if I threw one of those plastic spoons away, I'd get slammed in the back of the head. What are you doing throwing that plastic away?
Yeah, shit,
it's
no.
Plastic.
Keep those things. Keep them. They're good. They're good to have. They're good to have.
You hear that, BK? Start saving your plasticware.
Save them.
I'm good on that. All right, boys. We'll get out of here.
Have a great Tuesday.
Take care,
later,
man.
Guys. Hey, you know what? Stayed on for more than
what's up with Bucky?
5 minutes? 2 minutes there?
I think Bucky got written up after the show yesterday by BK. He said, you need to hang around and talk to those guys. Come on. That's your family there. The company standard is you need to hang around for
Ain't nobody getting written up around here. God. If that was the case, we would have had 7 different write-ups or red flags or hell, even on probation or whatever. What we got on the plate today, Double R?
Shoot, I don't know. Yeah, you know what I did this morning? I got up early. I mean, because you wake up earlier than usual now because of the time change. I got up. I waited at 7:05. I left the house. I went and voted over there at the Brushy Creek. No line. Walked right in. Did my cervical duty.
Cervical dude. There you go.
Got the hell out of there, man. You need to vote, people. There's a lot of propositions there that affect your livelihood. No, not.
Yeah, man. Well, thank you for going and doing your civic duty. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. Yeah. So how do you usually adjust to the time change? You usually good with it?
This one's fine for me. It's the other one when we fall backwards or fall back. Fall back is kind of the one that gets me. Kind of makes me a little whatever. Which is the normal? Is this normal or is the fall backward the normal? I don't know. I see people wanting to ban each one of them, but I don't know what regular time is. I mean, daylight.
I kind of have lost track now. Isn't it? If it's daylight savings time, wouldn't that be the one that we account for, or wouldn't that be the one that we adjust for? So wouldn't the other one be standard, or wouldn't the other one be normal?
Shit, I don't know, man, but it's the falling back one that gets me.
Look at this. This is science. This is science right here.
No,
Where do you want to go? We got some sound from Sark from Coach here. We'll get into that today. We got some Monday Night Football to talk about last night. Trades have happened. We'll get your opinion on that and Double R's opinion on that. But yeah, welcome into the show. It's Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Everybody, yay! Tuesday, we're getting there.
Taco Tuesday, buddy.
Taco Tuesday, but on a no, it's Tuesday. It is Tuesday.
It is Tuesday. Wags, was yesterday just the typical Jerry Jones Dallas Cowboy thing when I said he tells everybody, I've got a trade done. It's done, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. And then they go out there and they get beat by a 2-5 team, get dominated by a 2-5 team. Then after the game, well, the trade's not really done, but there are some that I could do. And then you make the trade today, or the trade happens today for not anyone that's really going to blow you out of the water. I mean, it's a good deal, 7th round pick for the guy from Cincinnati. But was that not just a Dallas Cowboy day in general yesterday?
That was wild for a team that averages like 30. I don't know what it is at home specifically. I think it's close to. I know it's above 30 points, but for a team that averages over or around 30 points at home, and just second scoring in the league and one of the top offenses, very odd to see what Arizona did. And if you really want to look at it, man, it was really only what 6 points if you take away the special teams, right?
Mm-hmm. The block.
I mean, yeah. Basically they only had the one was a damn special teams thing, so it was really the offense only accounted for one score. So just is this an anomaly or is this something? I mean, their offensive line isn't that bad, right? Or it can't be that bad to where they can't produce and be a shell of themselves essentially going up against Arizona, especially in Dallas, right? Like that's just odd. And to mention, like you're going out and getting a linebacker. Is one person going to make a difference against a Cardinals team led by Jacoby Brissett, who can ball, right? Like he had some moments at Cleveland, and he's had some time to kind of learn and be an understudy at New England here. But is this a dude that's going to be able to throw for 300 consistently?
Yeah,
right. Like I'm serious. Like and Marvin Harris, like we kind of knew, and Nick kind of even said it yesterday. Go pick up Jacoby Brissett because he's going to break his ass off against Dallas. And sure enough, everybody was eating last night for Arizona. So
yeah, they even ran the ball well. When they're down to their 5th running back, they're able to run the ball. But this is an offense that scored in the last 3 home games at home, has scored 40, 44, and 40. Yeah, and you come out and you do that, and this is where, like we talked at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, come on, like what a dud, dude. And again, like really only one score. It's really only one score from the offense.
Yeah. And this is like where we talked about with Texas, to where it's like if you're going to be that reliant with Texas in perspective to them, if you're going to be that reliant on the defense, when the defense has a bad day, you're in trouble. So the Cowboys relying on the offense, and when the offense gets stymied like they did last night, you were in trouble. And
I thought if maybe Arizona, correct me if I'm wrong, Arizona got out early. That's what happened, and I felt like first and early off, Dallas was starting to kind of move the chains, running the ball, right? Like it looked like they had they had a pretty decent plan of attack on the ground, right? They were moving the ball pretty consistently, and then just some inopportune, like all right. Case in point, Ferguson catches a dime, like a dagger, right from Dak, and then it looks like it's secured. Most tight ends, probably wouldn't even come up with it, right? But Ferguson somehow is able to get it, hold it in, and then just by the grace of God, it gets punched out, and then it's just a turnover there. Like nothing. It just, to me, sure, you have to account for the lack of productivity from the offense there, but it felt like just an off night, right? And teams have those, Double R. Teams do have those. Yeah. Does one trade, I guess my question coming into the day, right, for the Dallas Cowboys and Cowboys fans, does Wilson make your defense? Does adding Wilson to your linebacker core from Cincinnati make your defense?
Really what I think you can hope from this deal is that this is like a Javonte Williams thing, because I mean, this dude's been on the bench. The guy started off, he was a high draft pick for the Bengals, that's kind of been relegated to sitting on the pine.
He is underproduced. Right?
Yeah, he's wanted to get out of Cincinnati, like a lot of people do. So I think that's the best thing that you can hope for at this point, that he's going to have a resurgence like Williams has done on the offensive side. But it's not where that guy. I mean, I think this guy's probably better than the majority of the linebackers that you have now. So you implement him in there, but that's not going to help your pass rush. That's not going to help all the things that you're really needing. You know what I mean?
Run stop, right? Run stop.
Yeah. And look, it's great. I mean,
you kind of need everything
you do. It's a shit show. I mean, the second
not to be, hyperbolic, but you kind of need a lot on. And that, to my point, I don't think one person is one person in your linebacking core like Wilson, and that's not a backhanded slap at Wilson. It's not.
No,
I just think I thought that maybe more was going to happen if you were bringing in just a linebacker. I thought maybe you were going to bring in another edge rusher. I really did. If you have to score 30 to compete, I thought, especially in because you're struggling to stop the run, right? But in a quarterback driven league, right, where the second most important, in my opinion, and in fact, a lot of people that watch ball, in our opinion, like the edge rusher right now in the modern day era is it's probably the number 2 position in. No, I got to walk that back. It's got to be a defensive back, right? It's got to be a corner. It's got to be a lockdown corner.
Pass driven, happy offenses these days.
It's got to be a lockdown. But I mean, you can mask that though with a phenomenal edge rush, right? With somebody that can hurry the quarterback and rush the tempo up to where he's got to get the ball out with 2 seconds instead of 3.5 or 4 seconds. It's either between defensive edge or defensive back for me, in my opinion, and the second most important position in the league right now. But I mean, that's the splash that I thought the Cowboys were going to go out and make, right? Like, not a linebacker to kind of platoon the middle of the field. And I get it, like, you need your field general out there, but how much of an impact is that going to make? That's a valid question that I'm asking to you and to all the Cowboys fans out there.
I seriously thought for a split second that maybe it was Max Crosby.
And sorry,
I really thought it was
what Bear's talking about too. Like, you already had, you had Overshown that can scrape. Overshown coming back. I thought the move was already, like, that position was plugged, right? I thought for sure you were going after a defensive edge or a defensive back. I just did.
I text Nick Harris when that broke yesterday, and I'm like, dude, is there really something happening? And he said, yeah, it looks like something is happening. And that's kind of where he left it. And again, I'm not going to ask him to divulge anything at that point, but I thought that maybe it was Crosby. But then when all of this goes down in hindsight,
what do you think it would have taken to get Max over here?
I think it would have taken a first rounder, and maybe
at least a first rounder,
at least one. But this is where, and I kept hearing Trey Hendrickson thrown around, another guy that wants to get out of Cincinnati. But I think that deal would have been done by now. And quite frankly, I don't really want that guy. If you're looking long term, that guy's what, 30?
I don't know.
I think he's 30. Where Crosby, I think would be an ideal thing. But now looking back at it, look, Wags, I'm sorry not to overcook this thing, but at 3-5-1 and 3.5 games outside of Philadelphia in the NFC East, I think your playoff hopes are done. So if you've brought somebody in here that's going to solidify the defense and maybe have something to, and that's what how this defense is constructed, Wags. When they did all the free agency stuff, these 1-year deals, you're putting pieces in place to where you want to build around it, but you never go and get that cog that really is the pier and beam that's going to be the foundation of the defense. And that's where it's lacking.
You say you're 3-5-1, but I think with the parity in the NFC, right? I mean, you got a couple of teams here.
Oh, Wags, you see what's left though on the Cowboys schedule?
No,
I mean, you get the Raiders. You get the Raiders after the bye week, which is good. Then you get Philadelphia, loss. Kansas City, loss.
Yeah, all right.
Detroit, loss. What about Minnesota?
What you think Minnesota's a loss?
to this group, yeah. I mean,
you got to outscore Minnesota against Minnesota, right? You definitely have to outscore Minnesota. Chargers. Yeah. I mean, Commanders look like you can get got with the Commanders.
Yeah,
looks like you can beat the Commanders and the Giants again.
Yeah, but like with the
you're right. It's probably. I mean, I don't. I mean, let's be real, right? If we're trying to temper expectations, right? Like, if we're trying to be real with everybody, Cowboys probably aren't getting it at this point.
No, and the thing about with the defense last night, what was so frustrating is with the secondary. I mean, Deron Bland is your showpiece right now, whether it's by attrition or whether it's by whatever. And the dude just got paid a boatload of money to kind of be your centerpiece in the secondary. That dude got torched. Harrison Jr. had a career night. Thanks, Deron. Appreciate that, buddy. Every time he turned around, that dude's getting whooped. So it's, take it for what it is. The trade, yeah, that's great. Go win some football games and figure out what you're going to do. But it's just all the show last night.
People say Harrison had a career night. I mean,
he was the amount of catches.
The receptions. Like when you say that, you're thinking like, oh my God, what do you have? Like, 200 yards and 250 or whatever, through the air or whatever. Receiving and 3 tutties or whatever. Nobody, he only had one touchdown, but 7 receptions. Yeah, I guess is that how unproductive Marvin Harrison has been, or maybe underperforming that Marvin Harrison has been? Because it's been a quiet rookie season for him too, right?
It really has. It really has. And the thing about what you think about Harrison is what you saw last night.
Sorry to interrupt you, but who's the second year? Correct. It is Harrison's second year. Thank you.
Yeah. And the thing about Harrison is the catches he was making last night, Wags, it was on these third down plays. It was on these downs to where it's like, okay, just get the football away from the Cardinals. If you're the Cowboys defense, somehow make a play. And it's these pivotal third down plays. And there's Harrison wide freaking open. Like, right. That one play that Brisket missed him. That dude was wide open.
On this dude Brisket, I'm hungry, man.
That dude would be in Oklahoma right now if he'd have caught that ball because he was wide fucking open.
I gotta like Harrison's fantastic, but you got if I'm looking at the main weapon, I think it's McBride. Is it not?
The tight end? Yeah,
it's got to be like Trey McBride is their X factor. I mean. Marvin Harrison's incredible. Like the catch radius that this dude has, his hands, 100%. Marvin Harrison Jr. is fantastic. But right now, like from what we've seen out of this campaign and a lot from last year, the dude there in Arizona in the desert is Trey McBride.
Yeah, and Jacoby Brissett. And good for him. I mean, this is another one of those guys where he's become a journeyman, and here he is doing this.
And the dude balls out, right? Like I sat here and say that he's probably a second, a second stringer or whatever, or a backup guy. But like, if there is this much disparity in the league at that position, and you're looking. You're looking for somebody that can kind of I want to say be more than just a bridge gap, right? Or a stopgap here. Maybe you shell out a 3-year contract for Jacoby Brissett, right? What's this dude's
quite frankly, Wags, I'm leaving that dude in. I mean, for stability at quarterback. I mean, I don't know the status.
How old's Brissett here?
Brissett, how what?
How old's Brissett here?
What is he?
32. He's 32 years old. Yeah. So you can't take that. I mean, you can't take that much more. Maybe a 2-year contract or hell, maybe at this, point in his career because of the age, maybe he's just solidified to 1-year deals or a backup position. So,
yeah. So, and if you're the Cardinals and you look at this because, I remember at the beginning of the year, I thought that the Cardinals would be 5-1, maybe even 6-0.
Well, they started out pretty hot, right? I think they started out 2-0 or something like that.
Yeah.
3-0.
And then they lost this 5-game losing streak has been, falling apart in the fourth quarter. And that maybe is what it seemed like last night. But then Dallas can't hold on to the football. And it's like the offense fell apart when you needed it the most. And I thought that this game was so important last night simply because not that it was the Cardinals, whatever, not Monday Night Football, whatever, but you could have got yourself back to 500. Even with the one tie in there and kept yourself in the mix right here before the bye week and then go make that deal. And I mean, maybe there was a bigger deal in place, Wags. And after that happens, Jerry's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I doubt that this organization thinks
I'm
that's
sure
smart.
they reached out. I'm sure they reached out to some of the, the marquee players or some of the, the all pro players out there, but just probably the return asking price would be too much. Right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And I'm glad. I'm glad that they didn't do something that's going to.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at like, and how much would that player have made an impact to where you can crawl and get back into the playoffs, right? So at least now you can kind of make somewhat of a trade for your future, right? If you're looking, and I don't want to call this a layup trade, like you're not like laying up for next year or whatever, but it kind of does feel like this. If you make the playoffs your own house money. But if you don't, you got a piece, a nice little piece for next year, like Bear pointed out in the comment section, right? Like you got Overshone now, and you have Wilson to kind of platoon and patrol the middle of that field, right? That's some nice pieces there. Just to kind of build off of that defense. Right now, you can take care of the back end. Now you can take care of the trenches there and start to continue to build more on that. Yeah, and also, like, if you don't make the playoffs, if you continue to ride out, you can still play for a mid-round, draft pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's ways to look at this optimistically if you want, if you're Cowboys fans. Me being a Giants fan, I've had to try and shift my lenses into optimistic form for a while now, man, because it's been bad.
And we could say what we want to say about Jerry and Steven and Will McClay and this whole thing, but they do draft well. I mean, they have hit on some draft picks, but here they are. And I'm here to tell you, if you wind up in a mid, 15, 14, whatever draft pick, they're going to go draft an offensive lineman named Tyler is what they're going to do. I mean, regardless of the need, Wags, that's what you're going to do. I mean, it's a pattern. We talk about that, insanity thing.
I think it's cool. I think it's coincidence.
That dude's name is Tyler. He's projected as a 6th round, but we're going to get him in the 1st.
Like, hey man, I'm all for going and getting your guy, right? Yeah. Going and getting, but if you got to reach a couple of rounds, maybe we should pump the brakes just a little bit. Hey, where do you want to go first, Miggy? Let's talk a little bit about our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht at the Hecht Law Firm here, right? If you are injured in any type of accident, right? You got dog bite, you're hurt on the job, you got to give our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. He's a new personal attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. But he's not just an attorney and a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire, pride, and compassion into the courtroom, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. No fees unless you win. That's right. No fees in your pocket no fees that you pay unless he gets the green in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin based. He's Texas proud. He's supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Friend of the show, fighter of the people, went to school with BK. Don't know how much studying they've done, but he gets it done in the courtroom for you. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the cases wide open. Call Hurricane Hecht today, 512-938-8929. Again, that lottery number, 512-938-8929. Email my guy, Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. And if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, jump online at coverbcave.com. Check the inventory. You see something you like, pick up the phone, email them, let them know you're interested in that, then take that beautiful drive out there, and you could be a satisfied Covert customer just like all these folks.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
If it's a cover deal, not now, not ever. NFL in full swing right now. You've got the NBA that's blowing and going. Big night of NBA coming up on Wednesday. And, of course, tonight you got Texas Hoops in Charlotte taking on Duke as we see the beginning of a brand new era. And if you want to catch all of these things, the only way to catch it at home is on your AV Consultations setup. Basketball tonight. It's good. It's an ESPN game. It's an ESPN game, so you might have to check out the Julio. You might have to check out the ESPN app. I don't know, because the YouTube thing still hasn't been resolved, but whenever it is, you'll know about it right here first. It's also hockey season, and I know next year when the Dallas Stars play at Jerry World, I'm calling my man Tom McKay, and I'm going with him to check this thing out.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us, too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's a numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. It is AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. And again, tonight, 7:45, there it is. College basketball in the works in Charlotte. As I mentioned, it is Texas taking on Duke. Hey, man, you know, the football team takes on Ohio State to start. Duke, Cooper Flag's gone, but Duke reloads. But again, everybody, if Texas does not win this evening, pump the brakes. Game one, right, Wags? Game one. Be calm.
Yeah, let's I mean, we all kind of know how the Longhorn fan base is with Texas basketball here, right? Like, let's not try and throw Sean Miller out of the gym, you know, if we lose tonight, right? Temper expectations, it is Duke. Okay. Yeah, they lost Cooper Flagg, they lost, you know, some freshmen. Yeah, but it's hard. Usually it's hard to replace, you know, freshman phenoms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not when you're Duke, right? Not when you're in Durham, North Carolina. So,
yeah. Well, like I heard BK talking earlier on their show, to where hopefully one of the things we see, you know, kind of the up-tempo style of offense, you know, I think that's coming here. Again, you're missing
what it brings, right? That's what he had at Arizona. That's what he had at Xavier. So,
yeah.
We'll see how it works.
Not to be UT PSD right here, but Shaka Smart had that too, and then he came.
Yeah, but it was different at Virginia, like Commonwealth, like at VCU, like Virginia Commonwealth. It was hazard and havoc basketball, right? Like, but when in a lot of the basketball, a lot of the scoring that was done with VCU was really created off of turnovers and takeaways, right? Fast break scores, you know, playing fast basketball. That was not the case. And I'm not trying to cry over spilled milk here, right? Yeah. But when and I guess to your point, keep going with what you know, with what got you here, right? And don't change it up because you're on the 40 now, which is kind of what Shaka did, in my opinion, right? Look, you know, it's obvious, like the past couple of years, Longhorns have struggled in a half-court set, right? Like struggled to even get through a full set on a court. And when I'm saying set, I'm talking about working on a set play, like a full set play. It's going to be nice to see. I'll be happy if we just start looking for shots and getting, you know, into our offense with 4 seconds into the shot clock, instead of waiting for 10 seconds to go, right? And then start engaging into the offense or start motioning the offense, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be nice to not see lethargic basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the one thing that you want to try to look at tonight, is that hopefully you do see a philosophy change, you know, to where everything that you just mentioned right there, to where it's not the same old, you know what, because it has been.
I don't exactly what you just said. I don't need to see, you know, a blowout victory against Duke. That would be fantastic. That would be awesome. But I want to see different basketball.
And the other part of that too is if you do get a blowout victory over Duke, which, you know, you never know. again, calm down. I mean, game one. I mean, so anyway, but the ladies took care of business last night. They beat the living shit out of Incarnate Word, which you expected, but a big win right there. 123-151. Madison Booker, 18 points. It's going to be a big year for Vic Schaefer.
Yeah, she's going to be. Any chance that she could be Player of the Year?
I think there's a really good chance. You and I need to take the wives and maybe take the wives or not. We need to get to the mood and go check out the ladies.
I don't know if Katie would go, but I'll go. I'll definitely go. Well, Katie's usually in bed by 8:00.
Oh, okay. Well, if she don't, we'll find a Wednesday game.
Unless there's like a murder crime mystery on or some shit like that. Like she's usually in bed by 8:00.
We need to get these ladies together because I mean, Tracy lives and dies with the murder stuff. I'm like, I swear one day I'm going to wake up dead.
Pool parties, man. We're almost done. Come on over. But yeah, Longhorns are they're not favored. I mean, Duke's favored 9.5 tonight. So again, that over under, if you're looking to kind of keep track and stay in the gym there, 152 and a hook. I don't know what to see from this offense from Texas yet. I know what to see from Duke. You're going to see some high scoring from Duke. I'd like to think that you're going to see fast pace from Sean Miller's crew here. We'll see how fast it is, right? We'll see how consistent fast it is. I also too, like I am curious to see how we will operate in the half court set. How quick we get into our set pieces with, or how quickly we get into our offense in the half court set. It's how much ISO ball we're going to see this year. Depends on how many shooters we actually really have on the roster in terms of what we think we have, kind of like last year. But yeah, I'm excited. It's good to have Longhorn basketball back in the gym.
That's right. And we'll find it. I was talking a while ago. It's like you'll find it on TV somewhere.
So guys, the alternative that I've been using has been Sling 5-day pass. Right now, I get it. YouTube TV. We might be in for the long haul here. If you're,
I figured this would have been fixed by now, didn't you,
dude? Because look, ESPN's gonna keep raising the prices because YouTube is. I mean, it's pretty much cheap. Besides the NFL Network that I'm paying for, right? Like the NFL ticket, not the NFL Network, but like the NFL ticket, and all of your other sports premium packages like that, like all that content, like you're paying a high premium price for, right? But your base package for YouTube and watching sports is very affordable. It's like $50, right? To watch all the channels. Okay. It's very comparable to Sling TV, but I mean, think about it. Like Disney wants you to buy their shit too, right? So they're gonna boost. They're gonna up the ante here. So it's a bidding war, and it's from what we can all see. So I don't think it's going away. And also a very affordable alternative right now. And I get it. Like YouTube only gave you $20 in credit. It sucks.
Yeah.
But I've taken $10 of that credit and I've paid for Sling TV for the $5 pass, right? You get the $5 pass for the day. I guess you could probably at this point sit there and shell out like $30 for a month. Right. And until this thing blows over, if you don't foresee this thing kind of, coming to an end. So,
and I'm getting close to where I may just call DirecTV, just hook the shit back up. I mean, it's like, I like YouTube TV. I've had Fubo. I don't have it now. I was looking at it yesterday. I mean, I guess that you can go in there, like having multi-screen and all that different stuff. I mean, that's what I really like about that. I'm sure you can do it wherever, but it's just, like I've got ESPN on. One of the ESPNs is on in here, and it's on Julio, or whatever that's called.
That's just it. You told us yesterday, like you pay for everything.
Yeah, everything.
Like, and that's where, and this is a great point that Troy brings up to what you kind of do, how you're paying for everything. Troy says we are at an inflection point in the streaming and at the death of wired cable. YouTube has made a big push into sports, and ESPN is not happy with that. Rightfully, and that's why you're seeing the bidding war, right? It's why they are going direct. It's why they are going direct themselves now. 100%. It's why. I mean, everybody's trying to cut the middleman out, right? You're trying. It's are you familiar with like Lean Six Sigma and shit like that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right, you're cutting the fat, you're trimming the fat, you're getting rid of your excess.
And it's just such a demand where sports is so different because people will pay for it.
100%, because it's our reality TV. It's appointment setting viewing, right? Like we have to see it. It's instant gratification. We need our distractions,
and that's where Wags and kind of to that point right there that Troy's making. I mean, because look who all's Netflix is involved in sports, Prime is involved in, everybody's involved in that now, to where it was a very small streaming thing, back in the day, and now it's, and then you have
now it's every network, every platform.
Everybody. And it was so like, and that was the whole thing. Like on Sunday when I'm watching the NASCAR finale, so you had all of that going on. The thing is on network NBC, and it's coming up to where they had to go to Thursday or to Sunday Night Football. So they're like, okay, now go to Peacock, and we'll finish your post race at the Peacock, which is another entity. So anyway, it's a racket, man. It's a racket. I may just call the DirecTV before it's all said and done, or Rectum. I don't know. No, probably not Rectum.
No, I just got rid of Rectum. Absolutely done. We are. They're out of the house. I'm tired of my internet cutting off just intermittently, just having intermittent drops, randomly in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Or just all of a sudden, around 9 p.m., just done for 2 hours, 3 hours or so. Now we can't stream, we can't play video games, we can't do any type of fun shit, right?
Yeah.
Katie's cool with it because she's asleep, right? So she has, all the bad stuff's happening, but somehow, some way, and it's probably some little rodent out there gnawing on something. But also, like, I wasn't getting my speeds. I went out there with the guy that was laying the service line,
laying the pipe.
I went out there that was with the guy that was laying the pipe and was there. I went out there with Carl that was there to fix the cable, right, from the Big Lebowski. I went out there with Carl Hungus,
my man,
and went and looked at the terminal. And I shit you not, there were only 2 terminals out there, and they had for four houses they had us jumped, and that's why we weren't getting our full speeds.
See.
And I said right there, it was like, hey, yeah, that's service with a smile, right? And the guy just looked at me and goes, sorry, I can call in and have him run another line to this terminal. I was like, no, that's okay. It's not going to be necessary. You can dig up the bullshit lines that are going out of my backyard, and I'm going to go with AT&T fiber. I didn't say that, but that's what I elected.
I'm very happy with that service right there that you just mentioned. That's what I have. Probably shouldn't say that. It's probably going to quit here in a minute. But I
got the guy digging my line right now. So if I go out, if contingency plan, if I lose track here, I'm just going to jump right on with my phone. Okay.
Here's what I like to do. So it's like, because on the AT&T you have that smart home manager app that you put on your phone or whatever. So my wife is like all into her phone, won't go to sleep and shit, and I'm over there acting like I'm asleep. I'll grab my phone, it's in dark mode, and I reset the connection. Shut her shit off. Hell yeah, that's nice things that I do.
Absolutely, man.
Something else to watch tonight, Wags. College football playoff. Here we go.
We get our first little section, our first little taste of what's gonna happen here, huh?
What are we going to be pissed off about tomorrow?
We're going to be left out. We are not going to be in the conversation, buddy. Yeah. I'm just going to tell you that right now. We're going to be left out of this conversation.
We're all going to be pissed off.
We'll be one of the teams that's looking in.
We are
looking in.
Yeah. Everywhere I look, it's like first SEC team out, Texas. And I've already seen people pissed off. I'm like, I mean, don't be mad. Don't be mad. That's
you made your bed, you got to sleep in it, right? You got to lay in it. You made your bed, you got to lay in it.
Everything.
I mean, again, it was only 1 week, and we were at home. A lot of the stars were aligning. We'll see how these adjustments on the offensive line, inserting Robertson back in, just football 101, right? Like football, going with reps. Who'd ever thought that reps was going to be the key? Who'd ever thought, man?
That's crazy, man. That's insane to think. But I mean, if you look at it right now, and this thing is going to change. So be calm. I mean, so I guess right now you'd have Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, and A&M projected to be in from the SEC. I think that maybe you can get 5 in when it's all said and done. Am I being asinine in thinking that maybe 5 SEC teams get in?
I don't know. The Big Ten's got something, right? Big 12's got 2. You like to think that's going to get in?
Ah, man. I've seen a lot of different projections to where, and I'm starting to buy it, I guess, because I want to. You know how that is. You know,
Sure.
when you really want to believe something, I'm seeing maybe the Big 12 would just won the winner of this week's game. You know, that would eventually, you know, BYU or Tech. I don't know, man. This thing comes out at the perfect time. This thing comes out at the perfect time.
To where people have no. I mean, it's just, well, especially with this, there hadn't been, and Jake's kind of pointed this out too, right? There really hadn't been enough chaos to kind of blow the doors wide open of this thing to give you like the actual dead set people. And all right, the people we know, right? Bama, or I guess I should mention Ohio State first, right? Ohio State, Indiana, Bama, Georgia. All right, that's with Ole Miss. Ole Miss is there.
We think about Oregon. What about Oregon?
Oregon's there, man.
Yeah.
Oregon's in there, dude.
They should be. Yeah, I think so.
That's what, but again, like maybe only 2 teams out of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Right. Indiana, Oregon. No, 3. Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. So
yeah, and the ACC. I mean, I think if Georgia Tech would have taken care of business this past weekend, I think that's a pretty massive shift right there. Because I guess at this point, I mean, who's in now? I don't know, man. The ACC one team, I guess. Virginia, hell, I don't know. Group of 5.
I don't think Oklahoma gets a bid. I think if Oklahoma gets any type of praise or flowers, I think Texas supersedes that because of the head-to-head win, right? I mean, rightfully so. That's kind of we're not breaking news or cracking eggs with that shit. BYU has to be like, how do you keep out a team that hasn't lost yet? You know what I mean? And I get like huge game, pivotal game coming up, you know, this week. But even with that, like, how do you say Texas Tech drops, right? Like, it's only their second loss. And now do you sit there and say, all right, strength of schedule for Texas Tech? And you know, how watered down is the Big 12? That's a viable excuse, but it'd be hard for me to, you know what? Yeah, F that. If Texas Tech loses, they're another 2-loss team that's kind of sitting and looking into, right? Like, I actually give, and that's not just because I'm drinking burnt orange Kool-Aid and giving Longhorn love here. I give, because of strength of schedule, I give Texas the outright and the nod, you know, over there. But I don't think it'll come down to that. I think, well, I don't know. Let me ask you this: do we have a bid over Notre Dame?
Well, Notre Dame's going to get in. I mean, they're going to be.
They get national love all the time.
Yeah,
right.
That's
an independent.
And that's kind of the shitty part. I mean, they need to be on the same. You know, if that's the case, you know, you'd have more independence. I've never really thought that that's. I mean, I hate to say fair because that's kind of the wuss way to describe it, but that's kind of shitty. They're going to get in if they're in a spot like they are right now. They're always going to get in. And that's where then you look at the, you know, the G5, you know, Memphis, I guess. I'm like, put in North Texas. Shit. Wags.
I would like to, you know what? I mean, I can't. That would be fun, but I can't actually give that validity there. I saw somebody, I think it was Jake. Yeah, Jake said Virginia. I think Virginia's in right now at this point.
From the ACC. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So let's see what, because remember the rubric, is that what they call it? The rubric of
grading rubric. Correct.
That's different. It's different now. So let's see how that directly impacts everything. You know, and you know, it's funny to say, because you mentioned the comment about kind of chaos happening. It really is, with the chaos that we've had, by the way, chaos theory 9 to 10 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, that we still need more chaos to kind of find the favorites. That despite everything that we've seen this year, we still don't have the clear cut. And that's great. I mean, I think that's great that we don't have the clear cut other than Ohio State at this point.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just got interrupted here. Can you talk for about 5 minutes, man? I got to go down and answer these guys at the door. I'm very sorry, Double R.
Talk 20 to 30 minutes. Man.
What do we want to talk about? I'll be right back to sit in with Jordan here. I got to go answer this door for a second.
I got you, dude. So, and that's the whole thing with this, to where with this coming out now, one of the concerns is, and this is where I go back to the whole conversation with Texas, is to where you have managed to keep yourself in this spot to where you are still a part of the conversation, and there's the meat of your schedule to go, and the quality of opponent, at least a couple of them that are still on that schedule, and those games being winnable if you have actually gone and put all of this together. And of course, I mean, this is something that where you don't want to be looking that far ahead, and that's where it's been so hard with the last month that we had with Texas on the road, to where you start thinking, okay, are you going to look ahead? You don't want to look ahead because there are things that you need to be trying to fix right now. Sark was asked yesterday, thoughts on this. I mean, yes, the ultimate goal is to get into the college football playoff. That's your goal. That's still there. How do you manage everything that you're doing right now with that looming in front of you during a bye week?
I don't know. You know, I know our conference is tough. It really is, man. And it feels like a playoff game every week. And I don't know if it feels that way in all the other conferences. I just know in our league, surely it does, you know, and I got a chance with it being an 11 a.m. kick Saturday. You know, I got a chance to watch Florida, Georgia. I got a chance to watch Ole Miss, South Carolina. I got a chance to watch Oklahoma, Tennessee, and this is some high-level football, and from teams that maybe don't have great records, but man, these teams are good, and I knew it was going to be that way. And so I don't know what's going to happen, you know, with the CFP and who gets in and who doesn't, and when they really look at this thing. I just know in our league, it's really hard. It's really hard, and it's a credit to people who find a way to win every Saturday. We're just trying to win the next one, you know, and see what happens. As I said before, we've been in this situation before, unfortunately, but fortunately, where we've had to play this way. I've always been a believer of you know, handle your business, control what you can control, and try to take it out of the hands of others. And we learned that lesson. You know, our second to last year in the Big 12, where, you know, I think we beat Baylor here, and we needed Kansas to beat Kansas State to get into the Big 12 championship game, and they didn't. But we could have controlled some of that on our own earlier. We handled our business better the last 2 years of what that looked like. And so for us, what can we control? How the committee handles it, I don't know, but I know we got Georgia here in 2 weeks and on the road, and it's going to be a tough game. So that's where our focus is right now. And what the committee does with the teams in our conference, we'll see. But I know our conference is really deep. It's really good, probably deserving more than 3 teams. I know that much. I think the SEC only got 3 teams in last year, which is kind of laughable, quite frankly. But we'll see what happens this year.
And that's really the point of this right now is when you look at it, and I think a lot of different conversations have been had about the SEC falling off and so forth and so on, and other conferences, the Big Ten, you know, whatever the case has been. But when you really dig into that, what has happened is with the Southeastern Conference, you've had the mainstays of this conference for the longest time. And when Texas and Oklahoma make the move, you expect those two to be a part of that conversation. And Texas was last year, obviously, you know, making it to the college football playoff for the second year in a row. But what has happened is that you have teams that have gotten better. It's not that the conference has fallen off. It's that the level of competition in this conference is so high. And with the new era of college football, when it comes to NIL and when it comes to transfer portals, to where we're talking about Ole Miss being a factor, we're talking about Texas A&M, and we're talking about these teams that are going toe-to-toe with Alabama and Georgia, the mainstays, and the new kid in town, Texas. These teams are in play right now because of the level of competition in this conference. And if you want to say that the conference has fallen off, that's great. Say that until the cows come home tomorrow. But I'll tell you what has happened is that the plays got so much better because programs are constantly getting better. And I will say, to that point, I think Ole Miss is the team right now where I think if you look at the way everything lays out going into this tonight, they are going to be in that bracket. But I think they're the last team in, you know, going into to this first college football playoff bracket. But I think that they're the team that could be the one where if you're a Texas fan, obviously it's pretty damn clear what you need to do. You need to, I think maybe I have said on this program that Texas can maybe drop the Georgia game and still have a chance to get in as a 3-loss team. I'm still going to hang to that just a little bit, depending on the nature of the loss. If it is a loss, you got to take care of A&M, and you sure as hell can't come crap the bed against Arkansas. That does you in whatsoever. You've managed to keep yourself in at this point. But Ole Miss is kind of the team that is kind of sitting on that cusp right there to where they could be the one that, if Texas takes care of what they need to take care of, I think they've got the Citadel coming up, but you know, the next ball game. Then you got Florida. And I think obviously we as Texas fans know how scary Florida can be. We felt it firsthand coming off of a bye. You go to the Swamp and you get whooped. You get absolutely whooped by Florida. And then I think Georgia has found out exactly how good Florida can be. So that's where you really need to keep a close eye, not only on what your teams are doing and obviously taking care of business, but if Florida could be the kind of the cog in the wheel right here that could really help your efforts, because I do think, as much as I think that there should be 5 teams out of the SEC, especially when you have the ACC going down to 1 and the possibility of the Big 12 just being the one team that's going to get in there, obviously the independent and then the G will get in. You're sitting right there to where keep your eye on Ole Miss, and Texas just takes care of business. That's what needs to happen. So it'll be real interesting to see this. And the nice thing about what I was talking about a while ago about the timing of all of this is it comes out and you still have a fair amount of football to be played that's going to help solidify these rankings a little bit more. And when we talked about that rubric changing when it comes to strength of schedule and so forth, the evaluations on how that's going to continue to be done. And quite frankly, I mean, looking at this, if you're a Texas fan, that's going to factor in a little bit better for you, because when you want to look at strength of schedule, shit, man, you've got it coming up right here. I mean, you have that coming up. This is where you go out and you make those moves. And you make those moves that are going to do your justice if you really want to have a shot at an SEC championship and ultimately the college football playoff. Code text line, Double R's Sark impression is really coming along. Well, you know, when you listen to that dude, and again, it's really tough to not listen to him and find the positives in all this. I mean, he sits and he tells you everything, and then you start seeing results, right? And I think one of the bigger things that he talked about yesterday, and I think that this is going to be so imperative right now as you go in to the bye week, and then what's left on the schedule, what's on the menu, what's on the platter for you to go get those goals that we mention on this network all the time about. I mean, it's still there. You got to self-scout yourself. You got to go back and you got to find the things that you're doing wrong. You're going to applaud yourself for the stuff that's doing right. Sark was asked about self-scouting during the bye week here with 3 games.
I think to your point, Corey, like we have got to dig deep into who we are right now. We've got to dig into the things that are causing us issues in all 3 phases right now. We got to look at how people are attacking us in all 3 phases right now, and we got to be forward thinkers, right? And what are people going to do when they look at our tape, and how are they going to try to attack us? And we got to make sure that we've got enough, tools in our toolbox to combat that stuff. And so as much as it is, I want to get a head start on Georgia, we got to look at ourselves first, and we got to make sure that we're buttoned up in all 3 phases, as much as it is getting ready for our future opponents.
See, Wags, that's a really good point right there, because you can go in there and you can break down Georgia and all the different things that are coming up. But you got to, what old Michael Jackson say? The man in the mirror. You got to go in there and figure out what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong.
Well, why don't you say what's one of our deficiencies? We're kind of figuring it out right now, but what's one thing that we don't do well right now?
And again, this is just based off of one performance. I still go to consistency on the offensive line and running the ball. And here's your opponent that's coming up that has kept you down to 31 yards and 29 yards in the last 2 games that you have played their defense. Again, it's not the same Georgia defense, But if you can go in and you've truly gotten the offensive line, the pieces in place with Kyle Flood and those guys, can you figure out how to run the ball? Just you run the ball for 100 yards against Georgia, you're probably going to win.
Yeah. No, and again, This is a Georgia team that struggled, right? And Jay Gunn's kind of brought this point up a couple of days ago, right? Like, I'm not going to say that the program, like the Georgia program, is on the decline, but it does look like there's some vulnerabilities, right? Like they're losing in-state recruits, which usually they dominate. They're in Georgia, top dogs in Georgia are getting plucked, right? For the right bag, of course. But usually, they were able to lock them in and kind of keep them home. Not so much anymore. Now, LSU is still able to kind of do that because of the hometown brand. But again, like Georgia, that's usually what they're known for, right? But still, with all that being said, what they do well, what Georgia does extremely well is win trench warfare battles.
Yeah.
So
it feels,
and we're struggling at that. Now, again, this past weekend, way to go, right?
It feels a little bit like, to kind of make an NFL parallel to this, Georgia feels a little bit like Kansas City, to where it's like you're starting to see a little bit of, some kinks in the armor right there. Maybe you're not able to reload at places that you have done in the past, but Georgia's still finding ways to win games where Kansas City's not at this point. Kind of feels like Kansas City of last year with Georgia right now, but I think that of all the different opportunities that Texas has had with this Georgia matchup, I mean, here's your chance to go get them. And you have never needed it bigger than you are going to need it this time. So I think the matchups are going to be great. I think this defense, if you get this defense at its peak against Gunnar Stockton and that offense, I think this is your chance to go finally slay that dragon. I hate to use that. I mean, that's such an overused term, but you can take care of that. McCall Custom Homes, got to tell you about them before I get out of here. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Man, if you're looking for that exterior, that outdoor renovation project, or you're needing something built out there, or you're looking to do something inside, whether you have a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom that needs renovation, like I've talked about, next project here is going to be renovating the girls' rooms. The wife doesn't know that yet, but we're going to renovate those and get all their stuff out of there. It's going to be McCall Custom Homes. It's going to do that for us. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. 512-633-9580. Get that call or text into our man Mike. They'll come out, put your vision together with theirs, and you will come up with something that you are extremely happy with. For over 4 decades, over 40 years, a father-son team taking care of business right here in Central Texas, and they are ready to take care of you as well. Again, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Yeah, so that's we'll come out tomorrow. We'll have the bracket. I think the bracket projections are out there, and I think it's pretty clear what we're going to get. But I can't really think of anything that's going to sneak in and surprise me, Wags. I mean, I don't. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's pretty clear what we're going to get. But this is just the first one. This is just the first that we get right here. Want to ask you this also before Jordan jumps in. So I don't know the date. They didn't talk about it last night, but I mentioned it during the AV consultation spot. You, Tom, and I are going to AT&T Stadium, and we got to check out the Stadium Series. Dallas Stars will play at AT&T Stadium, my man. Did you see that last night? That's Gary's other thing.
Elaborate on this for me because I didn't see it. Tell me about it.
It's a Stadium Series coming up in 2026. There's going to be a Dallas Stars hockey game at AT&T Stadium. Jerry's out there taking care of business, making sure that he's spending $100 billion on a gas deal and not worried about this defense, making trades that really aren't happening. And then he drops that bombshell with the commissioner of the NHL on ESPN. We're going to have a hockey game. We're having an NHL hockey game at AT&T Stadium. You, Tom, and I, my man. It's on.
Let's do it. I'm all about it, man. Good show today, dude. Sorry for a lot of the distractions.
It's all good, dude.
A lot going on the construction site here. So,
hey, man, it happens. It happens. Trust me, my man. Ain't no problem.
Jay Guns, what's up, brother?
Not much. Bye weeks, so things have slowed down a little bit, but recruiting picking up. So I don't know, a little bit of everything.
We're in the final week of high school football, right? So I think like 6A, at least around here, they have one last regular season game, right? Or some are in the playoffs, maybe in some of the sub 6A brackets.
Yeah, it's the final week of the regular season. A lot of teams play on Thursday on purpose because they want, the extra rest for the playoffs. My Thursday night, I'm going to Anderson versus Weiss. This was going to be for the district championship, but Weiss lost last week to College Station, and they have also lost A&M Consol. So they have 2 district losses. Anderson has none. They've already clinched, but it should still be a good game. There to see Texas safety commit. Miami Riley was at OBJ. He's at Anderson for his senior year. And then they have Caleb Crenshaw at running back, who actually broke Cedric Alexander's all-time Austin ISD rushing record. Alexander still holds the scoring record and will hold that unless Crenshaw unless he scores like 20 touchdowns this week and in the playoffs, which is unlikely. So they got them too. And Caleb Crenshaw.
Give me 2 minutes. Sorry, guys. I got to go down.
Yeah, you're all good. Some old Austin folks might remember his father. His dad is Shannon Crenshaw,
yes, sir.
Who played at Reagan back in the day. He went to Texas A&M. And he's also coached and, helped some kids out in the Austin area for a long time. Helped Drew McCuba too, coached him at Reagan, and just helped him throughout his process. And in return, he's on the sidelines at Eagles games and warm-ups and stuff. So good family there. And then Weiss, on the other hand, the main guy I will be there to see is Trey Moore, the 2027 receiver. He's currently top 5 in the state, or top 10 in the state in receiving yards. Texas A&M, they're both high on his list. But I mean, LSU, that's his dream school, depending on their hire. They could, make up some ground this spring. And then his father played quarterback at Oklahoma. OU isn't really in it that much. I think they kind of need to get their shit together more. But, if they can keep this staff and finish with a good year, maybe they'll have a shot. And then his mother played volleyball at Alabama. So they're also in the mix too. Recently went up on a visit to Michigan. I don't expect him to go there. It's too far north, too cold. And then Miami's also kind of in there. They had him, I think they had him on a visit for their Stanford game. It might have been the Louisville game that they lost. It was one of those two. So he's their main guy, but they got a young quarterback, sophomore Jackson Shad, second year starting. He started all their games last year as a freshman because the actual starter blew out his ACL in the scrimmage. Other receivers they got, they have a kid named Jordan Anderson that's going to go Power 4. He's a sophomore. He's really good, and he's getting a lot of opportunities, more than he would have gotten, because 2 of their, Power 4 receiver prospects are terrorizing JV this year because they transferred in, and the entire school district hates Weiss. So anytime they get a transfer, whether it's, in the rules or against it, like the UIL gets called on them instantly because the 2 College Station schools can't stand them, even though it is a brand new staff. And they also got, they're loaded. They have a safety named Jordan Gwynn.
They're really good, dude. They are
just
really good.
Decommitted from UI Dub. This kid would go Power 4 if he wasn't like 5'8.5". He's just really little. But I mean, yeah, you ask the old Weiss staff, the new Weiss staff, who's the best player on defense, they've said Jordan Gwynn since his sophomore year. He's now a senior.
Yeah.
Tylen Henderson, he's another young sophomore they got. Linebacker, he's got Miami, SMU, Texas Tech, I think UTSA. He has like top linebacker in the state potential for the 2028 class. Former receiver who's also former safety that kind of grew into a linebacker, can run, big as hell. Like, he's special. They got an edge rusher in 2028. It's like 6'2.5", 6'3". His name's Reagan Smith. An edge at high school, probably going to have to learn to play linebacker unless he grows or his arms get longer. He'll be interesting to track. They got JJ Mays, the Texas Tech commit, had been playing tackle, was a 3-year starter at left tackle, right tackle, but has also started at all 5 positions. He's playing center for them as a senior, though, because that is what he's going to play at Texas Tech. They got a Southern Miss commit who's also playing O-line.
Yeah.
Blanking on his name, but big kid, super raw. Pretty good get for Southern Miss, though. And then they have I don't think I'm forgetting anyone. They have 2 freshmen, or actually they have 3 freshmen that are playing varsity. One is Darrell Scott. He's an interior D lineman. He's like 5'10", just under 300 pounds. Super strong and has all the things you want as a freshman. Just should probably grow a little bit more. Needs to grow a little bit more to help him, but naturally strong. And his uncle is Tommy Harris. So
there you go.
Has the bloodlines.
Yeah.
And
Jordan, I do want to ask you, speaking of the, how has Anderson, I mean, because I kind of put Anderson in there with Austin High and McCallum. I mean, those old school Austin schools. How is Anderson? I mean, these guys have been really damn good, and you know, fighting here for district championships and going to make playoff runs and all that. The Anderson Trojans are not. I know they had Big Ed last year that was, you know, doing amazing things, but Anderson's not really the one that I thought was going to be like a breakout AISD Austin school, whether 5 or 6A.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's Caleb Crenshaw. Like,
I thought,
I mean, they lost every starter on offense,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, besides 4 linemen who came back. So they've been running the shit out of the ball. He's a really good running back. He's going to play in college. So that's kind of their bread and butter on offense. And then on defense, I mean, they have the best DB or back 7 player in Centex, arguably, in Miami Riley. You know, one of the reasons I can't wait to see this on Thursday is because, like, Caleb Crenshaw and Yaheem Riley and all the Y skill players know each other very well because they all play, you know, throughout the spring together for Juice 7-on-7. They all train together. And, like, I've been around Miami since this kid was 14 and he was a freshman. Like, he puts fear in kids' hearts. They do not want to go over the middle and try to run a slant because they know what's going to happen if they catch it.
You get wiped out.
Like, he legitimately puts fear in high schoolers' hearts. So that's been a legit factor. You know, teams don't want to throw deep on him. He's played a lot of one high safety. He can come up and play the nickel. He can match up with who the best receiver is. Like, and on top of having, you know, a really good running back and a really good safety who can do a lot of things, they're coached exceptionally well. They have a lot of seniors, and they also just have a lot of really good high school players that, you know, have no shot of playing in college, but
very
great high
homegrown
school players. They grew up in the system, and they'll die on that field as an Anderson Trojan, you know. So
love it. Love it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, College Station, they're still a good team. They're not what they used to be. They're not going to go to state or compete for state this year. And A&M Consol lost a 4-year starter at quarterback. They have a new starter at QB for the first time in 5 years. They've lost a fair amount of other players that were like G5 guys or just really good high school players. And I mean, outside of Weiss, Anderson, A&M Consol, and College Station, the district kind of stinks. I mean, it's like Cedar Creek and Hayes.
We missed it. We missed it last week, and I'll leave you with this.
Oh, the Cedar Creek.
The Fighting Alfred Collins win a game over Lehman.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually – that was a Thursday game last week, and I wanted to talk about it in crosstalk, but I forgot about it.
Yeah, that's
kind of forgettable.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's really – all right, boys. I'm going to jump out of here. Wags, Jordan, see y'all mañana.
All right, see ya. Welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I am riding shotgun with Wags today. Sorry, I'm annoying text.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Just Jesus Christ, man. All right, sorry for that. All right, we are going to start with some NFL talk from last night. I want to talk some of the college games from the weekend. Didn't really get to hit on any of them besides Vandy and Texas. Also want to talk some recruiting and the open college jobs. So if you have any recruiting questions or questions in general, drop them in the chat. We'll hit on them. If not, we'll come back to them at the end of the episode and we'll hit on them. Antoine said, any insight on 2027 Malachi Allen from White House, who's at the Vandy game? Big 6'4" kid, looks to have long arms on tape. Saw that he was going to the Texas game in the story I put out Saturday morning. Basically, you know, what do you need to know about the biggest names that are going to be visiting Texas for the Vandy game? And for him, I wrote, surprisingly, no D1 offers. Posted his stats, Also has a track background, basketball background. This was a kid who was at Tyler Legacy up until transferring into White House this year. White House is who produced Patrick Mahomes. And, you know, I was like, it's kind of surprising. This kid doesn't have offers. He posts a story I wrote about him 2 hours later. Florida State's his first offer. So that's always.
How about that? Look at you bringing the spotlight on the people.
Yeah, I mean,
I
don't know about that.
That's what no, you bullshit. That's yours. It's just like how we're gonna get that clip of when you were showing Ferrari Row or whatever, Lamborghini Lane or whatever. We're getting that in the video game. Damn it, that's gonna be a cutscene. That's gonna be an animation.
Yeah. But no, I mean, it's less about if I helped him with that. It's more about like it gives you more confidence. Like, yeah, you know what you're talking about.
Pretty cool that you were able to help someone, right?
Sorry?
Like, it's still pretty cool that you were able to help someone. It's not about you. It's about you helping someone. It's about you. It's about you bringing spotlight or eyes onto somebody.
One thing I'll say that actually kind of really pisses me off, man, in the spring when I'm at 7-on-7 tournaments or going to schools, and I'll like, quote, find someone or post them on Twitter. Half the time they don't even have Twitter yet if I'm like really trying to blow someone up. And I go and look at who's following them before and after I tweeted it.
Right.
And they'll have like 100 new followers, and like over 20 of them will be a personnel or college staffer that follows me. And about a week later, that kid will post some offers. Not once do I ever get hit up by any of these personnel staffers, any of these assistant coaches saying, hey, thank you for telling us about a kid we should have known about, or anything like that, or asking me for more info. Like, you're welcome for doing your job for you, buddy. I mean,
to that point, you just keep getting your shots up, amigo, and people are gonna notice, and you'll be starting for their squad, man.
The Houston staff,
seriously, you do great work. Keep doing it, man.
I appreciate it. The UH staff, SMU staff, Texas Tech staff, kind of who I'm talking about. And there's a lot of out of states too. I noticed them as well. But yeah. So Malachi Allen, I mean, probably, I assume would have to run track or test for like a lot of the really big offers to start coming in, because that 6'4" is unverified. I don't think he's ever been doing Under Armour camp or anything. But definitely a name to watch going forward. So yeah, Antoine brings up Taylor committed to Nebraska. I like Taylor a lot. He's a good kid. That being said, like, Texas was not recruiting him that much. And like, I had someone tell me he was invited to the Texas OU game in Dallas. He's in Crowley, where I live. Not an easy drive. It's about an hour. And I talked to someone who he asked, hey, can you give me a ride? And he's like, yeah, of course. And like the morning of the game, he's like, I don't want to go anymore. Why? They don't talk to me. Okay. So I think he's a great player. I think it's kind of wild. Texas wasn't recruiting him that much. I know he's a 3-star, but really good body type for the type of receiver he is. Sub-11 kid, has tested exceptionally well. And I mean, he's been on varsity since his freshman year. So yeah, I think it's a really good get for Nebraska. Like, the state of Nebraska and that surrounding region maybe produces a Tay Ellis like once every 3 years, just off the speed factor. So the fact that Matt Rule
is that Matt Rule being able to dig into that, or is that Matt Rule's recruiting guy?
I mean, it's his staff, but those are all guys he handpicked that have learned under him in his process. And like the thing, like, I like Matt Rule a lot, and I kind of shat on him last week because he doesn't have a ranked win at Baylor or Nebraska. And
he builds, though. He does build.
Yeah, he does build, but he doesn't have a ranked win.
Right.
And the thing, though, he doesn't get enough credit for, like, Texas Tech's entire blueprint and model on how they built their scouting team, their front office team, all that, it all came from Matt Rule, because the entire Texas Tech staff was under Baylor at Matt Rule. Matt Rule is who went out to Cedar Hill and gave Jordan McGuire his first college job. Matt Rule is who drove out to Orange, Texas, whenever James Blanchard was working an assembly line in a fire hydrant factory and offered him his first.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, now James Blanchard is, considered one of the best GMs in college football. And all those guys learned under him. And he doesn't get any credit for that. And like, yes, Tech, they're doing a good job because they're throwing money at kids and are getting kids just like everyone else has always done. But even before they had money to play around with, like, they were still taking kids that very few other Power 4 schools wanted, and they were taking a shot, kind of a leap of faith on the evaluation. When you do that, you're not going to have an incredibly high hit rate, but they've had a pretty high hit rate. And I mean, like, Matt Rule knows what he's doing. I think with the setup he had at Baylor, it was easier to have a higher success rate at kind of taking those gambles on these prospects. But like Jalen Petrie, for example, he was already committed to Baylor whenever the whole Art Briles scandal happened, and he was the only kid that stayed committed and still signed to Baylor under Matt Rule. And Matt Rule always brings that up, and him and Petrie are tight. Baylor fans always bring that up. But also, like, Petrie didn't really have anywhere else to go. And Matt Rule could have dropped him. That could have happened. He kept him. So he has a lot of good stories of evaluating, actually developing guys and all that. And, I mean, I think Tay Ellis can be the next one. So, yeah, Patrick, we got a ways to go there, buddy. Antoine said Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said Jaden Blue has to learn the physicality needed in NFL pass protection. Correct. He also needs to stop fumbling the ball.
Yeah.
So,
ball security.
Yeah.
You cannot give the opposition opportunities. That old adage that stayed around for a long time for a reason, right? Like, you just can't do it.
Yeah. Woodcrest asked, are Texas football players allowed to wear Jordan Brand cleats? I've never seen them do it. I don't think so. Because, I mean, I know Nike and Jordan Brand are basically the same company, but, like, they're specific apparel deals.
Right.
And also, like, Oklahoma is a Jordan Brand school. Their players wear Jordan Brand cleats. It's the same exact cleat as a Nike cleat. It's just a Jordan logo instead of a swoosh. That's what it is.
Yeah, haven't you guys ever played 2K, bro? You sign up under a different entity. You sign a different contract. It's a different logo.
Yeah, I always signed with Nike in 2K my career. Always. I don't know what that's about.
I'm hitting them with a 6-7, bro. I'm trying to end it. That's what we have to do. Like, the old people have to make it cool, and then once we deem it's cool, then the young kids will just stop doing the shit. So
you just have to make them cringe to death to stop.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. I don't even know what the hell it means. What are we juggling here? 6-7?
I don't know either.
I'm gonna ask if my kid don't know, then we've really lost it. So
the thing, I just think, like, I mean, my girlfriend's a middle school teacher. She hears that shit 24/7, and
how many glasses of wine does she drink when she gets home? How many glasses of wine does she drink when she gets home?
Oh,
or does she just uncork the bottle and just go?
No, not a big wine drinker. But I mean, like, the 6-7 thing is, like, whenever I was in middle school, all kids were doing was, like, hitting the whip or the name,
right? Yeah, the whip,
Gangnam Style. Like, it's these internet viral trends that middle schoolers flock to. That's what it is. Magic Man asked, what defensive ends are we recruiting? In 2026, Texas has Richard Wesley committed, borderline 5-star prospect out of Los Angeles. And
he's got length too, right? Just nasty length.
Oh, yeah. Has tested well, great body type, and hate to bring it up because he no longer works for us, thanks to Paramount. But Greg Biggins, formerly at 24/7, now at On3, scouting guy on the West Coast, for his scouting report for Richard Wesley, he wrote the best edge prospect out of the West Coast since Kayvon Thibodeau.
Oh,
so yeah,
okay.
that's kind of what sets the stage there for him. He was the number 2 or number
Thibodeau
3
to comp.
Not as comp, but best edge prospect since Thibodeau,
okay.
Which I think was 2019 recruiting class. But with Wesley, he was like the number 2 or 3 player for us in the country in 2027, and then he reclassed. He's in the grade he's always supposed to be in. He, had the red shirt that 90% of kids do, where they're a year behind where they're supposed to be. So yeah, they have him committed. And the one thing I want to say about him, it is a huge deal that they have him committed and not one of these other guys they're trying to flip or get late instead. Because he can profile to the jack. That's Ethan Burke's position. It's like the body type and finding those guys, athletes that can play the run and rush the passer is not an easy thing to do. And, like, this is going to sound crazy, but there are a lot more like Colin Simmonses and Zeno Yumio Zulus where they're the speed rushing types that frames are smaller. And there aren't any Colin Simmons that exist. He's 101. But I meant from like the type of frame perspective, height, weight, speed, and being a speed rusher, there are a lot more of those types than the big guys like Wesley who can play the run or the pass. So them having him committed is a big deal. And it's also crazy because they got Lance Jackson the year before, who can also play that same position or the other. So, I mean, I seriously don't know if there's a position that's getting recruited that Texas is recruiting better year over year than the edge rusher position. But names they're going after: Jermaine Carlton, the Baylor commit out of Temple, visited for the Vanderbilt game weekend. Posted yesterday he's locked in with Baylor. We'll see. Talked to someone at Baylor the other day. They don't think Aranda gets canned unless they miss a bowl game. They currently are 5-4. They need one more win to clinch bowl eligibility. But their next few games, they have Utah at home. Then they have to go to Tucson to play Arizona. And then they have Houston. I believe that Houston game's in Waco. So, like, they can go 0-3. You cannot put it past that. I don't think it happens, but they can go 0-3. But, again, I'm told unless they miss a bowl game, Aranda's probably back next year. The Baylor decision makers they have way too much loyalty to him, in my opinion. Like, just because he's a nice guy doesn't mean he's a good football coach. And what he's doing is
usually it's the opposite, right?
Yeah, like if Brian Kelly wasn't a jackass and an asshole to everyone and an outsider, he probably would still have his job. If he was Aranda, he probably would still have his job, but he doesn't. And on the flip side, if Aranda carried himself like Brian Kelly, he would have been fired 2 years ago. So why is Aranda still the coach? Like, it blows my mind. Baylor's this loyalty. Right. You don't think you can go get someone better than Aranda to coach at an in-state Power 4 school in the best football state in America? It's just wild. But they like him a lot, and they also would like to stay out of making a hire in this coaching carousel with how spread out and hectic it'll be. And that part makes sense. But, like, you wouldn't have been here if you fired him last year or the year before, which you could have done. And, like, the whole thing to revitalize, bring, energy, excitement back to the program by the we play players shit, their coaches wearing, guess what, buddy? Like, you're still getting outbid on a ton of kids.
Right.
And, shout out to them. They got Jermaine Carlton. That was a great get. They had the highest number. It's not like it was, super high over Texas. It really wasn't that big of a difference. But they are doing a good job recruiting this cycle. But I don't know. Like, it's – and I know this is crazy coming from someone who covers Texas, but I did also cover Baylor. They could be such a better program.
Baylor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you're removed far enough from the scandal where the kids you're recruiting nowadays don't even know shit about that unless someone tells you or tells them or they Google it. And very few kids are doing research like that or Googling stuff. So, yeah, but sorry to keep going off on.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, also, like, to that point, like, I thought Baylor was going to contend for the Big 12 this year. Well, I didn't until Double R put me onto them. I mean, they returned 10 on offense and 8 on defense. Like, they had,
and they were like 7-5 last year. 6.
I know. So it's insanity to keep thinking it's going to change, right? To keep going over the same stuff and think it's going to have a different outcome. I know, but
their scouting operation, they have some really good finds, but they also have some horrendous takes, like truly horrendous takes. Like a few years ago, I think I've told this story before, but I was at a school in Houston, and I ran into someone who's pretty high up on the food chain at Baylor. They are a coach, has a lot of say in their evaluations and stuff. And they asked me about this kid who is now starting in the SEC at safety. And they say, hey, what do you think about this kid? And it's a kid I posted like 3 months earlier when he had no offers, and he was like blowing up at the time. That coach was going to go see him at his school the next day. He's like, what do you think? And I'm like, you should have offered this kid weeks ago. I don't know how you didn't. Like, I sent him to you weeks ago trying to help him get recruited. Like, yeah, but he's a former receiver, so he's kind of soft. We don't think he's physical enough. We're probably not going to offer him. And this kid is starting in the SEC right now, and Baylor didn't want to offer him. And, like, there were other examples where, yeah, we're only going to take one receiver this year. And then 2 years later, they have to get 4 or 5 of them out of the portal and sign 3 of them. And, like, some of their decisions are so mind-boggling that there's a committee of people whose jobs are to make these decisions, and they're all agreeing.
Or to put people in place to make the decisions, right? Or to make the correct decisions, right?
Yeah. and they just a lot of head scratching moves. And like I've joked to the few people I work with, like they really banged their chest over the 2025 class they signed and got mad at us when they would drop in the rankings because a lot of them are kids that, you know, kind of popped on the scene earlier, got offers as freshman, sophomore. We ranked them then.
How much heat do you all catch?
A lot. And then the rest of the cycle, other kids emerged. When you raise a kid in the rankings, that means everyone else drops a spot. It's a process. So guys kind of get dropped a little.
Right. Yeah,
but when they committed, they were 4 stars. And other companies sometimes will keep them there. So their composite rating is a lot higher. What is a way for coaches to get bonus where their recruiting class is ranked? So like last year's recruiting class is ranked a lot higher than how good I actually think it is. And it's because it's a lot of kids who popped off, got early offers from big schools, and then they ended up at Baylor because those other schools went to other guys who emerged later in the process or vice versa. Like, I don't know, man. And like, I'm just imagining, like Eric Morris and the UNT staff would crush it at Baylor. High-flying offense. All those Baylor fans that have been begging for it since Art Briles left, you'd have that back.
Not a far move at all. It's what, maybe an hour move, if that?
No. From Denton to Baylor or from Denton to Waco.
Hour and a half?
Probably like 2 to 2.5, depending on traffic. I mean, it's a straight shot on 35 West through Fort Worth.
Same pipeline, though, right, in terms of recruitment?
Yeah. Like, you can sign a class exclusively from the state of Texas at Baylor and still have success every year. But sorry, keep getting off track. Jermaine Carlton, the Baylor commit, that's one of the DNs. Another is Dre Quinn. He's out of the Atlanta area, is now at Buford High School. He chose Clemson over Texas back in the summer. I think Tennessee was like the 3rd finalist, but it was a top 2. Has since decommitting from Clemson earlier this season, has taken visits to Miami, Tennessee, Ohio State, could be at Texas for the Arkansas A&M game. But it'll be one of those 4. Texas and Ohio State are kind of the ones I'm watching. So those 2. And then Trenton Henderson, the LSU commit out of Pensacola, chose LSU over Texas and Florida in the summer. Texas is also having conversations with him. But unless he shows up on campus, I don't think that's realistic. And I talked about it yesterday. They need to offer Carter Buck. You can take 3 edge rushers. Like, it's not going to be expensive to flip him from TCU. So you don't have to worry about the budget. High floor take, who won't have, to play for 2 or 3 years. Good locker room guy, good local kid. Helps keep the pipelines local. Like, it drives me crazy they're not even looking at him. But yeah, Antoine asked, did you see John Turntine standing next to Nick Brooks? He looked like a child. Yeah, Nick Brooks makes a lot of people look like children. He's 6'7", 340, 350, and John Turntine is 6'3.5" and like 265 right now. So, yeah. What other stuff do we have? Are you saying the measurements in Twitter bios are exaggerated? Hell yeah, they are. Hell yeah. Yeah, Nebraska's kind of screwed. I have no idea who their backup even is since Rayola's out for the year. What other stuff? Georgia guys, Michael Uini, Justin Williams, and Joseph Jonah Jonier were heavily recruited by UT. Bo Davis is who fucked up the Joseph Jonah Jonier recruitment. Like, he was very interested in Texas, and Bo Davis was recruiting like anyone but him. And Justin Williams, on the other hand, is a kid who's from Chicago, moved to Texas in middle school, never, watched Texas growing up, wasn't a fan of them, and he wanted to go out of state. He also had like I don't think this has been formally reported. Justin Williams also had a really bad home life. Like, he was living with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's family in high school for a while. So, he had a lot going on, and Georgia and Oregon kind of led for the entire time. And I mean, there were times when like Jeff Choate in Texas couldn't even get him to pick up the phone. And like they would go 3 or 4 weeks without getting a text back or Williams picking up the phone. So I don't know what they could have done differently in that one. But I mean, yeah, that's it. And then with Michael Uini, Texas just didn't push as hard as other guys. And I mean, even at Georgia, I don't think it's that big of a mistake. He's not playing that much at Georgia. He'd probably play at Texas this year. But yeah, that one is a head scratcher. What other stuff?
NFL news. Yeah, it is. You're seeing some comments in the chat right now. Jacoby Myers from the Vegas Raiders has been traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars in exchange for a 4th and 6th round pick. That does need to be noted, though. Myers is a free agent after this year, so it's basically a rental property for the Jags. But I guess the Jags are going to make a move and try and go after the playoffs here, man. They've kind of been flirting with it, and they get another piece to go alongside Brian Thomas here, and maybe that with ETN coming out of the backfield, and maybe they can make something happen.
So I'm sorry, I missed the first part of what you said. They are trading for Jacoby Myers?
It's already been done. Yeah, Jacoby Myers is moving over to Jacksonville Jaguars in exchange for a 4th and 6th round pick.
Wow.
But I mean, we'll see. It's a rental, right? Like, I don't think Jacksonville is going to retain Myers at the end of this year. He's up for a new contract. So, but Myers has been looking to get out of Vegas, and there you go, over to Jacksonville, buddy.
I'm surprised no one pennied up for Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave from the Saints. Dude, I feel bad for Kelvin Banks. I feel so bad for him
too, bro. Shaheed is Banks is in a shit storm, dude.
Like, he's as close as he can be to home in Houston without playing for the Texans. Well, maybe Dallas.
Is this going to be another Joe Thomas career?
I was literally going there.
Okay.
Like, he's going to have – because, like, dude, they're going to pick top 5. They chose a QB last year, so it's like, are they going to take one this year? And I know Shuck was a 2nd rounder, but you get what I'm saying. They also have Rattler. It's also like they're not like Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore ain't saving them.
Right.
So, and they're probably too stupid to go best player available and take the best player in the draft in Caleb Downs. So, I don't know what they're going to do, And the thing I keep thinking about is like, man, we think tanking could get crazy this draft. Think about next year. Jeremiah Smith is the best receiver prospect out of college, maybe ever. I was going to say since someone, but I don't know since who. Like, he's that good. Ryan Williams is in that class.
Tate's good too, dude. Like, that's
who?
Carnell Tate. He's pretty good too.
Yeah,
I mean,
he ain't.
He's no I get it. He's no Jeremiah Smith, but that's just how loaded Ohio State is.
Oh yeah, I mean, Carnell can go top 10. No one would bat an eye. But Cam Coleman, Ryan Williams, Jeremiah Smith are all in next year's draft. Lagway, people are going to fall in love with him. I don't care what you think of what he said. He's the perfect face of the franchise between the ears. And, like, I mean, we know how much.
About his weight at all? He's pretty. No. Okay. He's kind of beefy.
It is funny, though. At the state 7-on-7 tournament this year, he pulled up because Willis was playing.
Looking like a linebacker.
Well, Michael Griffin was like, man, who the fuck is that? And I was like, oh, you don't know who that is? He's like, no. I'm like, that's DJ Lagway. He's like, that's DJ Lagway? This big-ass dude? And I was like, yeah. He's a big man.
Big guy. He's a big guy, yeah.
Like, the whole Trey Lance, Anthony Richardson, Josh Allen thing, people love these big, athletic quarterbacks who have a lot of potential. And Lagway, I think, has a lot higher of a floor than people realize. He's been playing with injuries basically his entire Florida career. But, like, if Lenoris Sellers is having the year he's having and can still go round 1, which is possible, Lagway can definitely do it next year. So. And, like, he wasn't horrible versus Georgia, so I don't know. Gonna hit on some more questions. Wood Chris said, what's the highest price Texas will go for a 5-star can't miss must-have edge rusher? That's a great question. I wish I had the answer to, because Richard Wesley's a great player, but his recruitment was kind of show me the money almost. Texas is paying a lot to have him, to keep him committed and, to get him in the boat as a freshman next year. So, they're not going to be recruiting the second edge spot in the class, like pay whatever it takes to get him. It has to make sense because they're already paying Richard Wesley a lot. He's going to be the highest paid edge rusher in the class. And that's if Trenton Henderson or Drake Quinn or Carlton end up in the class. And 2 of those dudes are borderline 5-stars. So, like, it has to make sense. And that's why I keep bringing up Carter Buck. It drives me crazy. Antoine said, keep hearing all these guys saying it's mandatory Sark gets a fast portal receiver. Thoughts? It is very interesting. I think Texas wants a difference maker, like a A.D. Mitchell, Matt Golden type in the portal. But, like, the entire receiving room's coming back next year.
They have fast wide receivers, but to bring up your point, dude, they need quick wide receivers, right? Like, and there is there is a distinct difference, right? Like a quick slot wide receiver and a top end speed wide out. It's just two different positions, man. It's two different skill sets, dude. It's a guy like Silas Bolden that can make three guys miss in a small space, where a guy that can, stack a defensive back and, put a catchable radius out there for a quarterback to just let it fly and let it rip. Two different sets.
Yeah, I think Jermaine Bishop is going to play as a freshman, but kind of won't such don't know how much because, well, he's 5'11", 155. How much is this going to translate, in the next few years? I don't know. And you won't know till he's on campus. Right. And he gets on campus around the time the portal window is open. So going to be an important time period there in the first half of January. But the point I was trying to get to, Cam Coleman, if he goes in the portal, Texas fans will ask about him, or Dallas Wilson, which I don't think is happening, or Nick Marsh in Michigan State. But with what those guys will cost, it doesn't make any sense unless you're going to cut at least one, if not two, if not three receivers from your current team. And who would that be? That's the question. So it will be very interesting to see this, especially because Never mind. CB brought up Diabell yesterday, announced a partnership with Nike. He joins 5-star Oregon tight end commit, or not Oregon, USC commit, and 5-star Oregon safety commit Jet Washington as Nike's 3 athletes in the 2026 recruiting class. Bowman is going to make $1.7 million next year at USC, something ridiculous. And then Jet Washington is the nephew, the late great Kobe Bryant. So cool kind of Nike, family deal to some degree, I guess.
There. Right.
But yeah, Jake Bayless asking about Dave Aranda. He's not looking at UCLA. Is that not his dream job? It is. And that is the only place he's told Baylor he'd ever leave Baylor for. But for UCLA, are you hiring Dave Aranda? He's 5-4 right now. And I'm pretty sure he's
somebody's dream come true, but is it the right fit? It's the perfect fit.
I think he's also under 500 in Big 12 play if you take out their Big 12 championship year or look at any of the seasons after the Big 12 championship year. I'm pretty sure they're sub 500. Magic Man, can we flip any LSU recruits? Texas is trying with 4-star offensive tackle Bryson Martinez, but that all depends on who from the staff gets retained, the LSU staff, who's on the new LSU staff, and when those hires happen, before or after signing day. Because I could see LSU wanting to wait for a coach or a staff that's in the playoff. And if that happens, you can't get those guys before signing day. And you also, cannot tell the kids committed, hey, we're going to go get X coach who's coaching X school in the playoffs. Because it won't be guaranteed until they're out of the playoffs and have signed the contract. And also, no one is stupid enough to tell 17, 18-year-olds and their families who the next coach will be, will 1,000% leak. So, LSU, basically, how much of their class could they keep if they're just doing just trust us, guys. We're going to figure it out. Just trust us. Stay committed. Sign with us. Because if you don't sign in December, you can't sign till February. And then that means you can't enroll till February. And so all these kids who have been prepping to graduate in December and will graduate in December will be sitting on their ass for 2 months. And if they don't sign in December, everyone in college football will be recruiting the hell out of them from January through February.
Right.
Because, one thing I don't think anyone has realized, I think the February signing day is about to get more important. There's only one portal window. It's January 2nd through 16th. Players move in, the early enrollees at the high school level move in around that same time. First, second week of January. But that's all you got. There's no going through spring ball and having injuries or be going, oh, whoa, we're a lot weaker in this position than we thought. Let's go in the April window and fix that. There's none of that. You don't get to go through spring ball with this group before it's your final group like it has been in years past. So what about the schools that get a new coach, right? They lose half their recruiting class because they want to go play at another school. Like, let's use Penn State as an example. They've lost like 10 kids.
One. They've lost 10 kids, 10 decommits so far?
It's at least like 7 or 8. I know that. They'll have a pretty decent team coming back next year if they can keep them. But they'll still have some holes to fix and some guys that leave unexpectedly. So you have a smaller recruiting class than you expected, and you have holes to fix in the portal. But like anyone in college football, you're not going to get every single guy you want out of the portal. It's just unrealistic. So you'll have a smaller high school recruiting class, a decent, okay portal class, and you're in mid-January and you still have holes to fix. How are you going to fix those holes? Like, if I was a recruiting coordinator or advising a kid or an agent, and they were committed to a school that got a new coach and hadn't made that hire before December signing day, I would say, wait to sign in February, because the pool of prospects for February signing day compared to December is so much worse.
Sure.
So you have more leverage. There will be teams that are more desperate because they'd rather pay you $1 million as a 4-star offensive tackle to play freshman year than have to pay, any of the top 20 offensive tackles that are going for 1.8 or whatnot, right? So I think
can they be patient? Can today's top dog be that patient, right?
But February signing day is going to matter a lot, because the teams that can't fix those holes in high school, the original high school recruiting class and early signing day, and the portal class in mid-January are going to be like, oh, fuck. We need to get 3 more players at this position. We have to take these guys from high school. The point I'm just trying to make, February signing day is going to get a lot more important. In roster building, roster construction, and evaluations are more important than ever before in college football. And it's continuing to go that way because, again, there is no get through spring ball and then fix the holes in the April window. It's you got what you got. So, sorry, I'm looking at some other stuff.
I'm enjoying the ride. I'm with you, man. I'm on this car ride with you, dude.
Terrio Morris had 20 points last night at Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah, I was watching Maryland and Coppin State, though.
Hey, Texas Duke tonight.
How about that, huh? Temper expectations, right? It's not. Last I looked at it was 9.5. That's the line. It's probably going to climb up to 10, maybe 10.5 here. But yeah, it's interesting to see what's going to be like under Sean Miller, right? Usually, his tempo's kind of been fast paced. He likes to get after it, but we've heard this before from another coach. Hopefully it just, and I'm also, Jordan, I'm curious to see what the half court set's going to be like too, right? I kind of talked a little bit about this in Chaos Theory. I'm very interested to see when we're going to start to get into our play, when we're going to start to get into our offensive set, right? Is it going to be at 20 seconds, or are we going to wait until we get down to 10 seconds and then start to make something happen and start to get some motion going? So,
yeah, this is what I want to see. Outside of Chris Beard, it felt like the entire Shaka Smart era and RT era was like, all right, we're going to stand around and one of us is going to shoot the ball and make the play. They had no offense. They had
no identity. None. And nobody. I mean, one guy wanted to take a shot, and hell, we had to take the ball out of a natural 1 and put it into a 2 just so we can get some type of shot being put up. It felt like a simulation.
Structuring your team where the offense is like, all right, someone's making the play. We're going to stand around and they shot clocks and roll down. That's okay when you have a Trey Johnson guy that's an elite scorer. But Trey Johnson played 1 year at Texas. They didn't have anyone like him those other years. There was an elite scorer, the clear first option on the offense, and it was a horrible product to watch. I will say, not trying to be a downer, I think Texas loses tonight. Sean Miller in his press conference was already was kind of covering his bases with the soft letdown. He said something like, the last few days I've woken up and I'm in the morning, I'm like, man, why the hell did we choose to play Duke? Hey,
look, you're going to see where you're at first, first right out of the gate, you're going to see what your team's up against. So
he's brought up injuries. He's like, it's first game. I don't know how it's going to look. He's given the soft letdown for the Duke game, kind of year 1 in general. I think they'll be all right. Okay, I want to hit on this. I talked to an agent in the NFL last week, I think. And I was asking him outside of Miami, outside of Tennessee, which is already open, what other NFL jobs should I look out for to come open? Because like each one, Sarkisian's probably going to get tied to it at this point.
Yeah, or a piece will be written.
And he brought up Vegas. I was like, Vegas? What? And he's like, yeah, apparently Pete Carroll's pissing off a lot of people, and they wanted a quick turnaround, and he's thinking more rebuild, and there's disconnect there. So he said Pete Carroll could be a 1-year deal in Vegas, and he's done after this year. It could depend. So, yeah. And then, Troy, I agree with you. Geno was such a dumb move, but this is also the same franchise. It's like, oh, Derek Carr ain't getting it done. Let's go get Jimmy G. That's their big free agent signing. Like, they are morons. Morons. What other stuff here? I'm behind. Did Diabell move to Drip? No. He's at like some school where like he's not even enrolled at American Heritage anymore, which is kind of funny to me. He got hurt and is like, see ya. He's at a school where like all the curriculum and courses are online, I'm pretty sure. But if not, I mean, like he's graduating next month. I doubt he's doing any real schoolwork, because he probably already has most of his credits. What's the budget limit for Texas football? Can't answer that. Kirk Bowles reported $40 million. Everyone got on his ass. Sark got on his ass. Like, I don't know if it's $40 million, but if Texas is trying to convince anyone that this roster is under $30 million, I think they're lying through their teeth. Because, like, I know of several players that are making 7 figures, and it adds up. Yeah. It adds up. And there's players that aren't making even 6 figures, but it all adds up. You got 85 guys on scholarship, so it'd be we will never get the real number, but I think Texas's roster is between 30 and 40. So, and yeah, that is a good point.
Is Kurt the most hated journalist in Texas, like in our Fairburg that covers the Longhorns? Like, he catches a lot of shit, man.
He's probably 1. Chip's probably 2.
Chip is hated, really? I would have never thought.
Yeah, he.
You can't see you can't tell the facetiousness, but yeah, no, I'm aware that Chip is not liked, but I thought that it was Kurt. So, Chip, yeah. I love you. You can have dinner at my house anytime, bud.
Yeah, I mean the Chip stuff was from a few years ago, but people don't forget. So, what other? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Want to end it, or actually,
I do got to be out here. We have a video call, so I got to get ready for that. So ASU, man, ASU.
Yeah. Are you running the stream behind?
I am. I'm
okay. All right. Well, I have 2 questions for the chat.
Okay.
Buying tickets for the Texas A&M game. The cheapest I found on Game Time. It's the app I've been using for tickets lately because it tells you how much fees are and everything.
Syntex tickets, right?
Yeah. Okay. When is the best time to buy these tickets? Because on Game Time right now, they're like upper 400s are the cheapest, and they're way in the nosebleeds. I don't mind sitting that high, but like, are the prices coming down? Are they going up? What do we think? I don't go to a ton of games, so I don't know. I want to know when the best time to buy them is. Because I assume if Texas beats Georgia next week, the price is going to go up to the 500s for cheapest, So, and I also don't want to, like, should I really wait the day of or day before, leaving it to chance that much? Like, I don't know, because I got to get 2 of them. And if each one's 500, it's like, dude, if I'm spending $1,000 to freeze my dick off on Black Friday for a night game,
yeah, dude, like,
and Texas loses to A&M, like, I might be fighting people in the stands after.
And that's just it too. Like we do Thanksgiving here on Thanksgiving Day, and then we go over to my sister-in-law's on the day after Thanksgiving. And that's when the game is. So I mean, I would love to join you, but there's just no way that I can get out of that, man, unless we're taking like the entire effing family to the stadium for the game. And what will that run you? That's a grand right there. If you're looking at 5, right? At least.
Dog, you're looking at like $2.5 grand.
Yeah, bro. At least.
Yeah. And I wish I could get a credential, but Texas only gives her Site 3. And, I mean, I get a field pass to the Georgia game, so I can't complain about paying for A&M. But I don't know. I would like to be there. Another thing, what are all y'all doing that have YouTube TV? Do we think they're going to resolve this? Because I signed up for a 5-day free trial of Fubo, and I was like,
dude,
Fubo's
that's what
great.
They want you to do. That's owned by Disney. That's what they want.
I know.
Want you to do that.
Trust me, I know. But I'm also like
Sling. I did Sling. Orange package. I was doing the 5-day trial, but if this is going to be an unresolved issue, if it looks like it's going to be like an ongoing, maybe like a month, it's only $30 for the orange package, which you get all your basic sports for.
Do you get ABC though? Because I saw people online saying
I got it. I was getting all the games for Saturday.
Can you do multi-view?
What's that?
Can you do multi-view?
I didn't try because I did have YouTube TV on the other television for the other games. So I isolated the Longhorn game on the one screen. So
yeah, so I always use YouTube TV. I love the multi-view. And I didn't get Sling because I saw people say ABC isn't on it. I didn't know about the Orange Pass. And I know Disney owns Fubo. They also own Hulu and several other like live streaming stuff.
Rabbit ears, dude. What they're saying in the chat, rabbit ears.
Yeah, and like the antenna stuff.
Yeah.
I've never done anything like that, so I'll
just pop it. It's got a spot on there. You just pop it in.
Okay, but I chose Fubo. Friend of the show, Colin Kennedy, is a big Fubo guy. He always talks shit on YouTube TV, especially during times like this. He's like, Fubo's great, slightly cheaper than YouTube TV, and it's multi-view. So I'm like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I did a $5 or 5-day free trial for Fubo. Only sports.
5-day free trial. I thought you said like $5 free trial. I was like, that doesn't add up. But
no. Okay. And it's like 40 something a month for sports only, which is all I watch on live TV. So I'm like, this is great. I buy it, I log in, it's a free trial, right? I log in, I can't do multi-view. I'm like, what the hell? I Google it. You can only do multi-view on Fubo on like Roku TVs and one other, and the 2 TVs I have in my house are Samsungs, and you can't do it. So like YouTube TV needs to figure the shit out. I want to be able to watch my own. I want to be able to watch multi-view on the TV in college football, and I don't know how I can do that without having YouTube TV with the Samsung TV. So
Samsung does have their own free network. I've been watching the World Series poker. Like I got it on the poker channel. Like it doesn't come off of that. It's usually like it's just on the background for Samsung television, just the poker channel. I can't fall asleep at night. Usually I just put it on. It's kind of like white noise. And then look at the turn. What's he going to do? Is he all in here? He's 10% of the pot. He's going all in. I get hyped, baby. I get hyped.
Man, ESPN, some bullshit, dog. Like what they're pulling on YouTube TV and then telling their entire company, hey, talk about how this is YouTube TV's fault. Like the public
have all the shills come out there and wear you down and lean on you and give you the Lyndon B. Johnson treatment and shit. I ain't got time for it, dude.
Yeah, and bro, people are already pissed at ESPN because they want to shove Stephen A. and Hot Take TV and Pat McAfee down their throats. They pull this shit like the public's liking or whatever that is called,
PR, whatever,
gone down a cliff, man.
100%.
It's gone down a cliff. ESPN is dog shit.
They are. They've lost a lot of their credibility, I would say.
Yeah, and
I'm only there. Like the only reason that keeps me kind of intrigued with ESPN or kind of anchored down is, no pun intended, is SVP Scott Van Pelt, which I think he might even be slated to be moving out of the midnight spot and into a primetime spot now. I don't have news on all that, but I think there's going to be some shuffling around. So,
yeah, I don't know. It's very annoying. But anyways, I know you got to run, so we'll get out of here.
Hey, thanks for the conversation, though. Appreciate having me on.
Yeah, of course. Real quick, last thing. Antoine asked, do you think you two would look at JT Sanders' younger brother, John Catlin? Different dad, but same mom. They're half brothers. And he's like John Catlin, the 4th or the 5th, actually. But yes, they are looking at him. They had him on campus for the Vandy game. He's gone sub 11, also runs the 200, and has picked up like all 5 of his offers in like the last month, I think. And he's also at Denton Ryan, where JT Sanders went, where Anthony Hill went, several other, Power 4 or NFL players. So yeah, they're definitely looking at him. But like I said, we're getting out of here. Up next, the voice of college football ponders if Texas can sneak into the playoff at 9-3 and talks about a few paths for the Horns to make the college football playoff. Like I said, we're getting out of here. But y'all have a great one. Going to end the stream, but it'll be back at 2. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Y'all check it out. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace.